The authorities enter the hall. Please rise. The Director of the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units, Brigadier General Giuseppe De Magistris, will now deliver the opening address.
Good morning. First and foremost, Eccellenza, grazie per essere qui con noi. My greetings go to the Questore, to the Commanding Office of the Carabinieri Provincial Headquarters, the Commanding Office of the Guardia di Finanza Provincial Headquarters, the Forestry, Carabinieri Forestry Command here today. So thank you for being here with us. But also my thanks on behalf of the Stability Policing Hub, Hans and Luigi. I'm delighted to greet also Brigadier General Andrea Paris, my predecessor, the first director of the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence, and now liaison officer to the Italian mission to African Union, as well as William de Meyer, Brigadier General from the French Gendarmerie. Today here with us is the commander of the Command for International Mission of the French Gendarmerie. But I see here also Kyle Thompson, the Provost Marshal at CETAF, United States Southeast Task Force for Africa, and also Brigadier General, Paul, I don't remember your last name, my apologies. Njema is a tongue twister for me. Okay, so yes, indeed, we are peers. Who is the Secretary Director of the East Africa Standby Task Force, who yesterday visited the hub, the three of us. So today we are here to discuss about, yes, stability policing, this function, but we are here also to deep dive into cybersecurity, which is really something which threatens our societies. It threatens our societies really to the scratch, really where they can really jeopardize the continuity of government of our countries. So it's crucial to prevent any kind of disruption through cybersecurity. You will see today, and I do not see Professor Conti, here we are. No, he has not arrived yet, our keynote speaker. We will have a prominent professor from the University of Padua talking about artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, but also representative from the NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence, and also the Carabinieri Counter-Terrorism and Counter-Organized Crime Unit, the cyber crime unit, talking about how to address cybercrime. So it's a very important endeavor for each one of us, because again, cyber threats may jeopardize not only the continuity of a government in our countries, but also the success on any kind of mission when deployed. So stability policing as a function, for those who don't know it, is crucial in any kind of fragile environment. So, welcome to the Deputy Mayor, Dr. Isabella Sala. So, please be with us until the end of this, I would say, fascinating event. That said, enjoy your stay. I have a couple of speeches. Now also Sua Eccellenza Prefetto will take the floor. And my brothers in arms from the European Gendarmerie Force Permanent Quarter and NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence. Thank you so much for your attention.
Dr. Salvatore Caccamo, Prefect of Vicenza, takes the floor.
Buongiorno. Porgo il mio saluto al direttore del Centro di Eccellenza per le Stability Policy Units di Vicenza, generale dei Carabinieri Giuseppe De Magistris, e lo ringrazio per aver voluto ospitare un breve saluto del prefetto in occasione dell'apertura dei lavori della conferenza odierna.
Distinguished authorities, I extend my greetings and gratitude to the Director of the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units, Brigadier General Giuseppe De Magistris, for giving me the opportunity to address this conference.
Saluto anche il comandante del quartier generale della Gendarmeria Europea e il direttore del Centro di Eccellenza della NATO, nonché tutte le autorità presenti e gli altri partecipanti qui convenuti, cogliendo volentieri l'occasione per esprimere il mio plauso in merito all'evento che mira a trattare un tema che ritengo di assoluta attualità: l'International Cyber Security, in quanto tale e soprattutto se considerata nell'ambito delle attività di stability policing che oggi celebrate, è espressione di una nuova frontiera di lotta al crimine intimamente connessa allo sviluppo tecnologico e alla sua evoluzione, cui l'Arma dei Carabinieri è da sempre attenta.
My regards also go to the EGF Commander, Colonel Hans Roeg, and to the NATO SPCOE Director, Colonel Luigi Bramati. Furthermore, I would like to extend my greetings to all the other authorities and participants, taking this opportunity to express my appreciation for this event, which aims to explore a critical and timely subject. International cybersecurity, in particular within the context of stability policing, is the expression of a new frontier in the fight against crime, for it is intimately interconnected to technological progress, which is also the focus of the Carabinieri.
Nel quotidiano le forze di polizia e talvolta anche le forze armate sono chiamate a fronteggiare diverse e spesso gravose emergenze legate a turbative violente dell'ordine pubblico e la sicurezza pubblica, per tutelare i diritti umani e per promuovere lo Stato di diritto. La popolazione tuttavia si trova sempre più esposta a minacce criminali di natura ibrida che contribuiscono a far crescere il senso di insicurezza, specie nelle categorie più deboli, e fanno sentire il cittadino sempre più indifeso e non sufficientemente tutelato da leggi e istituzioni.
In their daily tasks, the police forces, and sometimes even the armed forces, are called to respond to violent disturbances to public order and safety, protect human rights, and uphold the rule of law. However, the population finds itself increasingly exposed to criminal threats of a hybrid nature, which contribute to a growing sense of insecurity, especially the vulnerable groups, and make citizens feel increasingly defenseless and insufficiently protected by laws and institutions.
Dall'inizio di questo millennio è emerso il forte bisogno di rafforzare le capacità di cyber security. I singoli paesi si sono trovati in difficoltà nell'affrontare questo tema e la cooperazione internazionale è diventato un necessario meccanismo di aiuto reciproco, sia per la costruzione e l'avviamento delle capacità nazionali, il cosiddetto cyber capacity building, sia per un uso sicuro, protetto e aperto delle tecnologie digitali.
Since the beginning of this millennium, a strong need to strengthen cybersecurity capabilities has emerged. Individual countries have faced difficulties in addressing this issue, and international cooperation has become a necessary mechanism for both the building and development of national capabilities, the so-called cyber capacity building, and for a safe and open use of digital technologies.
La cooperazione internazionale ha anche favorito la negoziazione e la diffusione di misure di rafforzamento della fiducia reciproca a sostegno della pace e della stabilità nel cyberspazio. Molte organizzazioni internazionali sono impegnate a sviluppare programmi di cyber capacity building, dedicando appositi fondi di finanziamento e implementazione.
International cooperation has also enhanced negotiation and implementation of confidence building measures in support of peace and stability in the cyberspace. Many international organizations are committed to developing cyber capacity building programs, allocating specific resources to this endeavor.
I cosiddetti cyberattacchi non sono più eventi rari e isolati che riguardano un ristretto numero di istituzioni pubbliche o aziende private, ma sono oramai accadimenti di portata globale che comportano danni impressionanti, non solo in termini economici, parliamo di diversi miliardi di euro l'anno, ma anche di garanzia della pace e della civile convivenza.
The so-called cyber attacks are no longer rare and isolated events, which concern a small number of public institutions or private companies, but have a global reach, cause enormous financial losses, we are talking about several billion euros per year, and endanger peace and security.
E quindi in tale quadro geopolitico internazionale sempre più delicato, dinamico e intricato, che ritengo stia crescendo ancora di più il rilievo dello stability policing, quale strumento operativo per gli interventi in situazioni di crisi e capacità militare, per fornire un servizio di polizia a beneficio dei paesi fragili e delle loro popolazioni, anche in relazione alla cyber security.
Therefore, given the growing complexity of the geopolitical framework, I believe the role of stability policing cannot be overstated as an operational means for interventions in crisis situations and as a military capability to provide police services to populations in fragile countries. This includes international cybersecurity.
In tale contesto non posso menzionare l'alta professionalità di questo centro di eccellenza, cui va tributato il mio personale apprezzamento e che in seguito agli importanti traguardi raggiunti assurge oggi a modello in ambito internazionale di cui andiamo orgogliosamente fieri. Analogamente rivolgo un particolare riconoscimento agli altri comandi che operano all'interno di questa istituzione, la Gendarmeria Europea e il Centro di Eccellenza per lo Stability Policing della NATO.
In this connection, I would be remiss if I did not mention the high professionalism of the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units, to which goes my personal appreciation and which is a model in the international arena. Likewise, I extend special recognition to the other commands operating in this compound, the European Gendarmerie Force Permanent Headquarters and the NATO Center of Excellence for Stability Policing.
Concludo esprimendo a tutti i miei migliori auguri per un fruttuoso prosieguo dei lavori, nella consapevolezza che questa conferenza potrà portare il suo contributo a costituire le migliori condizioni per affrontare la problematica della cyber security in modo più organico e con il dovuto ampio respiro internazionale.
I conclude by expressing my best wishes for a fruitful continuation of this conference, and I trust it will contribute to addressing cybersecurity in a comprehensive way and in a wider international framework. Dr. Isabella Sala, Deputy Mayor of Vicenza, takes the floor.
Buongiorno a tutte le autorità presenti. Porto il saluto ufficiale della città di Vicenza, che è lieta di ospitare questo prestigioso evento trilaterale dello Stability Police Hub di Vicenza, che tratta un tema così importante e attuale.
Distinguished authorities, dear guests, good morning. On behalf of the city of Vicenza, I'm delighted to welcome you here as host of this prestigious trilateral event organized by the Stability Policing Hub of Vicenza, which regards such an important topic.
È un orgoglio per Vicenza ospitare nella caserma generale Chinotto il CoESPU, la forza di gendarmeria europea e il NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence. Queste tre entità specializzate nella polizia di stabilità, ovvero nelle attività per garantire lo Stato di diritto e la protezione dei diritti umani nelle operazioni di pace, costituiscono nella nostra città un polo di rilevanza mondiale.
The city of Vicenza is proud to have in the General Chinotto Barracks the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units, the European Gendarmerie Force Permanent Headquarters, and the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence. These three entities, specialized in stability policing, namely in activities that uphold the rule of law and human rights in military operations, constitute a center of global significance in our town, the International Stability Police Hub.
Negli ultimi anni l'approccio alla cyber security si è evoluto in modo significativo. La crescente digitalizzazione e i rischi associati hanno indotto le aziende e i governi di tutto il mondo a intensificare gli sforzi per garantire la sicurezza dei loro sistemi.
In recent years, the approach to cybersecurity has evolved significantly. The growing digitalization and its associated risks have led private companies and governments around the world to enhance their efforts towards making their systems more secure.
Anche dal contesto del conflitto russo-ucraino emerge incontrovertibilmente che l'impatto della tecnologia cyber nel conflitto armato impone una serie di scostamenti nelle dinamiche belliche in grado di spiazzare le tradizionali strategie di difesa. Gli esperti del settore sono obbligati a pensare fuori dagli schemi, in uno scenario geopolitico sempre più caotico.
The Russian-Ukrainian conflict has clearly shown the impact of cyber technology in armed conflicts and how this has affected the war dynamics. Traditional defense strategies need to be reshaped. Security experts need to think out of the box in an increasingly chaotic geopolitical scenario.
L'occasione mi è propizia anche per ringraziare l'Arma dei Carabinieri, espressione dell'eccellenza italiana all'interno del mondo militare, che, grazie all'indiscussa e vasta esperienza acquisita in numerose missioni internazionali, si rivela attenta anche al settore telematico e digitale.
I also wish to thank the Carabinieri. They represent the Italian excellence within the military world. Thanks to their undisputed and vast experience gained in numerous international operations, they are also focused on the digital sector.
Mi auguro che questo evento, incentrato sulla cyber security, possa contribuire efficacemente a supportare il corretto impiego delle nuove tecnologie a favore della pace e della convivenza duratura tra i popoli. Il contrasto alla criminalità passa anche attraverso la promozione della sicurezza informatica, quale sfida da raccogliere in collaborazione con le forze di polizia di altri paesi.
I hope that this event, focused on cyber security, will effectively contribute to supporting the correct use of new technologies towards lasting peace and coexistence among peoples. The fight against crime also involves the promotion of IT security, a challenge to be taken up in collaboration with the police forces of other countries.
Concludo questo mio saluto ringraziandovi per il prezioso contributo che portate nelle zone critiche del mondo per mantenere pace e stabilità. Siamo tutti consapevoli che solo attraverso un impegno collettivo si possa risolvere questo delicato momento di molteplici, simultanee crisi internazionali. Auguro a tutti voi una fruttuosa conferenza e una felice permanenza a Vicenza.
I conclude by thanking you for the precious contribution you bring to critical areas of the world to maintain peace and stability. We are all aware that this delicate moment of multiple simultaneous international crises can be resolved only through a collective commitment. I wish you all a fruitful conference and a joyful stay in Vicenza.
Can I just add, posso aggiungere, provare, I just try. I just wanted to say one more thing from my heart. I really think that I hope that these days, we have also the sun in these days for you. I really hope it will be a really richful and the most richful experience you can have from every point of view. And the professional one, which is, of course, you'll have, because you have this beautiful possibility, and we need your help. We all need your help. We all citizens of the world. But also, I want to welcome you in Vicenza, because this is a really little town, but we are very proud because it is also a UNESCO town. So it is a World Heritage. So it's a beautiful town. And I really hope it will be a richful experience also from human point of view, because I really think that professional together with human side and human relationship and beauty all together will really save our world. It is the only possibility we have. So really thank you for your works in these days and in your life. Thank you, and welcome in Vicenza.
The commander of Eurogendfor, Colonel Hans Roeg, takes the floor.
Well, good morning, everyone. Excellencies, generals. We also have a retired general as head of delegation of the East African Standby Capability Force. Welcome. Colleagues, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this great opportunity to gather here among a topic which connects us from our DNA. Stability policing as a cutting-edge capability in order to contribute to peace and stability in areas of crisis or just after crisis. Parts of the world is in crisis, and I am convinced that we as gendarmerie forces, police forces, can contribute to all the challenges we face. And I will focus in this short speech what we as Eurogendfor do, what our current activities are, our way forward, and how we contribute to crisis management operations. The European Gendarmerie Force, Eurogendfor, established in 2007 by the Treaty of Velzen, has proven itself as an indispensable tool in handling global crisis management operations, serving various international organizations such as the European Union, NATO, United Nations. Eurogendfor plays a crucial role in substitution and strengthening capabilities in diverse crisis situations. And as the world evolves, so Eurogendfor must do and adapts and needs to adapt. The organization is currently consolidating its mechanisms to rapidly deploy forces, adapts its standard operation procedures, adapts its tactics, techniques and procedures to the latest law enforcement practices, enhance communication strategies and redefine its strategy for the next 5 years. Additionally, it aims to increase member states' participation, integrate police forces into operations, bolster cooperation with the European External Action Services, and support deployed forces throughout missions, and this while traditionally not focused on cybersecurity. Eurogendfor recognizes the growing importance of this domain for both collaborative efforts and internal security. To deep dive a little bit more further, I'm going to tell you something about our missions, our current missions, our international missions. And Eurogendfor is actively involved in various European Union civilian and military missions in the Balkans, the African continent, the Middle East, as well as Eastern Europe. These missions emphasize a large array of tasks and objectives to implement the common security and defense policy, described in detail by the specific mandate for each of these missions, issued by the Council of the European Union. And with regards to Eurogendfor contribution, through the participation of robust units, individual officers, specialized teams from our member states, we can speak about contributing under European Union-led missions with the purpose to the strengthening of the capabilities of local law enforcement agencies, like capacity building, security sector reform, support for the rule of law, and with an overall focus on stabilization efforts in post-conflict areas. Regarding training and capacity building, Eurogendfor relies on the capabilities and expertise of our member states to provide general or specialized police training to local law enforcement agencies in countries where it operates. This includes providing training in areas such as crowd and riot control, forensic investigations, and counterterrorism, but also can be tailored to specific requirements from the missions, as example, tactical combat casualty care, international humanitarian law, human rights, management of stress in a conflict, explosive awareness, gender, but also now related to the latest request of one of the EU candidate states in delivering expertise in subversion and financial flows aimed at influencing elections. Our largest project for the moment is our efforts in Ukraine, where we contribute to the EU advisory mission with a multinational specialized team in order to train the Ukrainian law enforcement agency in strengthening their capabilities for the tasks in the so-called liberated adjacent territories. In our collaboration with EU agencies, UN and NATO, I would like to say the following. With the EU, Eurogendfor collaborates closely with the EU bodies and agencies such as, already said, the European External Action Service to support the implementation of the EU's common security and defense policy through its civilian and military missions deployed across the globe. This includes rapid deployable forces, providing specific expertise, as an example, operational planning, maritime police, subversion, monitoring borders, and etc. But also with other parts within the EAS, like the Field Security Division and the Crisis Response Center, Eurogendfor is working close together on common projects like the EU delegation's close protection teams to provide a guaranteed security for missions in crisis and to establish and provide courses for the regional security officers. Also, we have a close cooperation with the European Security and Defense College, which allow us for the preparation and implementation of a pilot course which covers the European Gendarmerie forces in crisis management operations. And this includes lessons in joint operations, intelligence, and sharing the information about combat organized crime and terrorism. It's a mutual cooperation in where we get more interconnected with the EU academic environment and where we contribute to each other's efforts in trainings and courses. In the recent past, Eurogendfor deployed assets a number of times to support the UN peacekeeping missions through individual police officers, specialized teams, and formed police units, and at the PHQ level, opportunities to identify projects and common commitments were discussed recently with the leadership of the UN Standing Police Capacity based in Brindisi in Italy. With NATO, the commitment of Eurogendfor was best illustrated by the long-standing effort to ISAF in Afghanistan. And in order to strengthen the security sector capabilities and to support the security sector reform from 2014 to 2021, as Eurogendfor, we still have to work to do to remain in close contact with the relevant NATO planning capacities for contributing to NATO's military missions. We need to adapt to new realities, and Eurogendfor is enhancing its ability to generate rapidly deployable forces, and this involves streamlining recruitment, contributing to the process for force generation, contributing and delivering pre-deployment trainings, and contributing to training processes to ensure that personnel can be quickly mobilized to respond to emerging crises. By continuously updating our SOPs and TTPs, Eurogendfor ensures that the methods remain aligned with the latest developments in law enforcement and crisis management practices, where the permanent headquarters will be the center of gravity in order to support its member states in their international agendas. By supporting deployed forces, Eurogendfor is committed to supporting its forces throughout the life cycle of a mission. This involves providing the necessary real-life support to enhance the quality of the performance and ensure that they can actively accomplish their mandated tasks. Such support includes logistical assistance, ongoing training and access to advanced equipment and technology, but also provide the necessary flexibility when the mandate of a mission is changed or extended. To remain effective and relevant, Eurogendfor, under the CIMIN leadership, the highest decision-making body of Eurogendfor, is redefining its strategy for the next 5-year cycle from 2025 to 2029. This strategic re-evaluation involves exploring ways to contribute to crisis management operations, to improve the governance of Eurogendfor, and to be more efficient, rapidly deployable, and aligned with the evolving security environment and respecting and implementing the strategic guidance of our member states. Effective communication is vital for the success of any crisis management operations. Eurogendfor is enhancing its communication strategy to ensure that information flows smoothly between all levels of the organization and with the external partners. Strengthening cooperation with the European External Action Service is also a priority. By working closely together with this key EU body, Eurogendfor can better align its operations in accordance with the broader EU security and defense policies. Because strategic communication is of such great importance, a panel of experts from our member states worked on creating a new strategic communication plan in the last week of May of this year, here on this premises. The latest European Union strategic document that gives direction to the European security and defense policy is the EU Strategic Compass from 2022 to 2030, which builds on the Common Security and Defense Policy, the CSDP. The Strategic Compass establishes a common strategic vision for the EU security and defense. And this vision is rooted in the EU's commitment to protecting its citizens, EU's values and interests while contributing to international peace and security. To follow the Strategic Compass, we see the following parts. While establishing a common strategic vision for the EU security and defense, it provides a shared assessment of the strategic environment and of the threats and challenges which the Union is facing. It sets concrete and wide-ranging objectives to achieve these goals. And this strategic compass gives directions to allow for fast deployment in complex environments, specifically in current and future civilian CSDP missions. The Strategic Compass identifies terrorism, violent radicalization, and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction as the main threats of European security. In the second section, it lists hybrid strategies, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, direct interference in our elections and political processes, economic coercion and the instrumentalization of irregular migration flows, and the use of disruptive technologies as an element of strategic advantage. Vulnerability in the so-called global common space, the so-called third pillar, such as maritime, air and outer space, and cyberspace, while the fourth pillar includes climate change, environmental degradation, natural disasters, and global health crisis. And when we look at cybersecurity in a stability policing environment, it can be analyzed by itself, but also in the context of a broader hybrid threat context. To exemplify, Russia's adept use of globalization and state-of-the-art technologies exemplifies how hybrid attacks exploit vulnerabilities, destabilize adversaries, and impede decision-making processes. The concept of the gray zone encapsulates the ambiguity deliberately introduced by hybrid warfare, blurring the lines between peacetime and wartime, creating an environment characterized by asymmetry and unexpectedness. Hybrid threats can take different forms and vary depending on the context. Some examples of elements that can contribute to hybrid threats include a few, and I mention disinformation campaigns, spreading false or misleading information to influence public opinion, but also cyber attacks, the use of digital means to disrupt, to spy on, or to sabotage systems. We also recognize political subversion, which is influencing or undermining the political processes by means of manipulation, bribery, or blackmail. Economic pressure, the use of economic measures, such as sanctions or financial manipulation, to cause destabilization. And unconventional military actions, conducting military operations without a formal declaration of war, and proxy wars, what we recognize, which is supporting armed groups or conflicts to advance one's own objectives without direct involvement. Hybrid threats are dynamic and evolve with changing geopolitical conditions, and it is important for countries and organizations to develop flexible and coordinated approaches to deal with these complex challenges. Something more about cybersecurity vulnerabilities. Joint military forces and counter the challenge of addressing and adapting to evolving cybersecurity threats. As hybrid threats increasingly exploit digital domains, Joint Type Forces must continuously enhance their cybersecurity measures to safeguard critical information and infrastructure from sophisticated cyber attacks. And as we fortify our response to hybrid threats, Joint Type Forces acknowledge the challenge posed by evolving cybersecurity threats. The interconnected nature of the cyber domain demands continuous enhancement of our security measures. By identifying and addressing vulnerabilities, we ensure the protection of critical information and infrastructure, fortifying our resilience against sophisticated cyber attacks within the hybrid warfare landscape. Although cybersecurity is not traditionally been a focus for Eurogendfor, its significance is rapidly increasing. The effective implementation of mandated tasks by international organizations often depends on secure and reliable communication and data management systems. Cyber threats pose a significant risk to these systems, potentially compromising mission success and personal safety. Eurogendfor is analyzing how to take steps to integrate cybersecurity into its operations, and this includes by training, providing comprehensive cybersecurity training for all personnel to ensure they can recognize and respond to cyber threats and identify opportunities in enhancing the collaboration with the European Union cybersecurity agencies to protect critical infrastructure. We invest in technology and remaining informed about cutting-edge cyber technology to both know what you could deploy yourself and also know what your adversaries could use against you. By investing and establishing partnerships, collaboration with the cybersecurity centers and experts to develop robust security protocols and share best practices. We have to organize sufficient cyber response by establishing internal procedures for monitoring cyber activity and responding to cyber incidents swiftly, mainly, and maintaining the operational and communication capabilities where possible. And we have to organize and conduct regular audits to identify and address potential vulnerabilities that can be exploited in the ever-evolving cyber domain. I come to a conclusion. The European Gendarmerie Force is adapting to the complex and evolving landscape of global crisis management by enhancing rapid deployment capabilities, updating its strategies and practices, increasing member states' participation, improving communication and strengthening cooperation with the European External Action Services. Eurogendfor is positioning itself to meet the future challenges effectively. Integrating cybersecurity into its operations ensures that Eurogendfor can protect both its internal systems and also the collaborative missions it is undertaking. As Eurogendfor, we continues to evolve. We remain a crucial force for stability and security in an increasingly unpredictable world. I thank you for your attention. Warzone.
The director of the NATO SPCOE, Colonel Luigi Bramati, takes the floor.
Your Excellency, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues, it's a real pleasure and honor for me to be here today in this which is our day, the Stability Policing Day, and a good day where we will align our efforts as practitioners of stability policing under different understanding, NATO understanding, UN understanding, European understanding, and also African Union understanding. Thank you for being here. So we align in a common endeavor to be relevant. And we think that stability policing nowadays, in this much more complicated world, is relevant and can play an important role for stabilization and eventually peace and security. So my gratitude for all of you to being here. Really, it's important for us to feel this presence, to feel the relevance that is given to our common endeavor, to our doctrine. On October 10th, 2003, in Copenhagen, the NATO Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation, General Philippe Lavigne, introduced the NATO Multi-Domain Operation Conference. And he referred, during his introduction, to the concept of an evolved world governed by data dominance or data centricity. So data are at the center of our world today. As an effect, NATO itself is evolving into a data-centric organization. There's an important shift. Somebody thinks the multi-domain is joint on steroids. It's not. It's exactly this, having data at the center of the decision-making process and the structure itself for NATO. The key point of this approach is that all information necessary to activate the decision-making process are all around us, well beyond the reach of our traditional sensors. We will not need only radars or information, human, whatever, because all the relevant information are around us, available to all of us, including our opponents. That's the need to change. That's the need to change the decision-making process. Sometimes they say, instead of having headquarters, we will need battalions of data miners. That's where the information is. That's how we're going through. In a world centered around data, data themselves are the most valuable assets, because data allow the most time-effective decision-making process. But at the same time, data are the most vulnerable of the assets, whose loss or dispersion or exploitation, is hardly controllable or even detectable. Usually when there's a leak in our data storage systems, we realize only when it's too late, when those data have been exploited and originated a malign and opponent decision-making process. And data, all data, are shared, and this already was in the past, but are collected, and this is the most relevant innovation of a data-centric world, through the cyber world. That's where everything happens. Sharing and collection. Under this perspective, official institutions are debating around the ways and rights and regulations on how to share this data among ourselves. General Lavigne referred as data jealousy, and this is a reality. We know, especially in the world of law enforcement, how difficult it is to share information and how much we need to regulate this sharing. On the other side, malign actors simply mine our data through malicious, sometimes very sophisticated data collection maneuvers and plan. Free riders in an apparently lawless melting pot that connects all domains. We are bound by regulation. Our opponents, often they are not. And this is a disadvantage. Somebody is also concerned about, there's a debate about how is relevant today to invest in the secrecy of the information flow. There are models and studies that say putting a high level of secrecy in information will only delay the time that it will be needed for that information to be available to our opponents. So what's the real added value to do this? It's only one. How fast we can be to exploit that information, so time efficiency, and how large is the basket where we can mine, where we can collect that information. And all these happens in the cyber world. So it's in the cyber domain where most of the modern cognitive worlds take place. And therefore, it's exactly there in the cyber world where we must ensure our vigilance. It's in the cyber world where all the relevant data are flowing. And it's exactly there where we have to monitor and to catch the relevant and time-sensitive information. Otherwise, our edge against our opponents will disappear. Time efficiency and availability of data. In this way, cyber domain is the new frontier of the collective defense, where the alliance, I'm talking about NATO now that I represent here, needs to set up its own outposts. These will be key enablers of an advanced defense, but also beacons of moral principles and ethical caveats. We operate following moral principles and ethical caveats. And that's a very big difference between us and often with our opponents. And we don't think we have to forget this. On these regards, stability policing bears with itself the principles of legality that are the pillars of the most advanced internal legal systems. And that will complete this principle of legality, the significance of this outpost in the quasi-lawless land of cyber. We operate through legality. And there's a bridging factor between non-contiguous cognitive worlds as an intermediate force, sometimes we used to call ourselves, between the defense and the internal security realms that in the cyber world are inextricably intertwined. I believe it's exactly there that stability policing will be relevant, once again, in its capacity of connecting the dots. Connecting the dots is the capability that would result in gathering the maximum advantage from such a new and complex environment. That's the ability of the stability policing practitioner and expert and operator. To bear the lenses, we used to say the green and the blue lens. But these two lenses are intended to widen the horizon of understanding the world, which is for the planner and the commander is the operational world. For the expert and for the analyst is a much wider understanding of what's happening around us. So stability policing can be the interpreter of this widening the understanding of the world, of what's happening. And in the cyber world, this vision is needed, as well as in the physical domain. Stability policing is therefore the ideal candidate to bring to the alliance a broader analysis spectrum of the reality picture. Reality picture that nowadays is carried by the cyber domain. It will significantly contribute to a more effective and time-relevant detection capability, first of all, particularly where the boundaries between the collective defense and the internal security realms are thin and often blurred. This conference, as I said when I started this very brief reflection, this conference marked a significant step ahead for stability policing evolution. These are the 21st century challenges, and we need to be ready, because we are sure, we are convinced that stability policing so far played a relevant role for the stabilization of crisis area, and in general, talking about NATO, for the alliance. Now we need to prove to be relevant again, and we think that that is exactly the case. Relevant again is a new, evolved, and complex world. So I'm sure today that the observation and deduction carried on by this very highly qualified panel of experts that will talk from this podium, their contribution will surely often resonate in the upcoming revision process of our doctrine. You know, this is a very peculiar year for us because we will start this upcoming semester the revision of our Aligned Joint Publication 3.22. So the contribution of this conference today definitely will not get dispersed and will find their way to how to steer, how to influence the evolution of our doctrine. To be ready for a future that is already here. And we will prove again to be relevant for the Alliance and for the global initiative for peace and security. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all a very proficient and pleasant conference.
The Director of CoESPU, Brigadier Giuseppe De Magistris, takes the floor.
Some technical issue, but for the time being, whilst I'm fighting, with the technology, again, good morning, everyone, and also my heartfelt thanks to those who are online from Vicenza, because I know that there are people from Vicenza following us online and from all over the world. These are a golden opportunity, as I'm used to say, when we speak about stability policing. So bear with me a couple of seconds and I will be with you if I manage to win technology. This is cyber. I'm not hacked, so no, I'm not hacked. Here we are, just to have something to aid me during my conversation with you. Here we are. So, why and what is cybersecurity? So, most of you know that I am a keen supporter of NATO, being also the former director of the NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence, but moreover, NATO went through an awful lot of definitions, and NATO covered one of the most important definitions. What is cybersecurity? So the most important definition, I would say the most official, because it's a NATO agreed term, is the one from NATO. So collection of tools, policies, security concept, security safeguards, guidelines, and risk management approaches, technologies, practices, to ensure that we protect the cyber environment. Because as Colin Bramati said, I mean, we must keep the edge from our opponents, being them adversaries or enemies. So let's try to protect ourselves. In recent years, cybersecurity has emerged as a widely used term, but the jargon could be fashionable. So until 2009, when President Barack Obama, as Colin Fagioni will remind me, mentioned it officially, there were several terms utilized. One was computer security, information technology security, information security. But now cybersecurity is really far more important. And then in that occasion, President Obama called upon his nation to enhance all the efforts to ensure resilience in the society. What is resilience? The capacity to react to a shock. Article 2 of NATO Treaty, if my memory is not that hazy. But it's also very important to understand what cybersecurity means, because in NATO now, they are wondering whether Article 5, collective defense, may be triggered by a cyber attack. Can you imagine? We wage war only because our computers do not work. Could be really challenging. So there is another, maybe, definition of cybersecurity, which is a little bit easier to be understood. Among academia, they say that cybersecurity is the practice of protecting networks, programs, devices, and data from malicious attacks. And also is the practice of ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. Our information is corrupted, too often corrupted. And this impacts the cognitive domain. I will talk about it later on. And come on, everybody knows that if the cognitive domain is jeopardized, the people on the street will get a completely different information, and we will lose the battle of narratives that nowadays is crucial. And unfortunately, the war of aggression against Ukraine, the Gaza conflict, and the other 30 conflicts across the world epitomize this issue. But propaganda has been always an issue in any kind of conflict. So why cybersecurity is important? Next, please. Our daily lives, both personal and professional, are intertwined with digital technology. You have seen me struggling with my laptop now. But also online banking, online shopping, social networking. We do not live only in this environment. We live in the social environment. Also, institutions are pivot on the social network to deliver their message. So everybody rely on internet and digital systems, both for convenience and efficiency, though. However, this reliance makes us vulnerable to cyber threats, to cyber attacks that can be really devastating. Data breaches can expose sensitive data, personal, financial information, but also lead to identity theft, and financial losses. For businesses, could be far worse. Operational disruption, ransomware, for instance, loss of intellectual property, reputational damage, which maybe could be also far worse, and significant financial costs. And what about critical sector? Security, healthcare, transportation. You may remember the attacks on several airports in Europe in the recent past, which disrupted transportation across the world. So cyber attacks can indeed endanger public safety and also national security. Hence, watch out, Article 5 in NATO. So it seems that cybersecurity is indeed important. Cyber attacks are the means, the weapons in the wider hybrid warfare. But as I mentioned before when I spoke about the cognitive domain, our means, our tools, our weapons also in the cognitive warfare. And then there is something which is very new: foreign information manipulation and interference threats. Think about non-state actors and actors who are state actors, but they are very malign. And they want to convince our audience that they are those who wage about or bring about peace, stability, development, rather than against our narrative, for instance. Because they try to alter how our population think. And so, as I usually say, they are good also in weaponizing the information They're weaponizing also the public opinion in the era where everything is weaponized, from trafficking human beings to cultural property protection to building integrity. Everything is weaponized. Environment, now there is also ecocide. So also public opinion can be weaponized. Watch out, I will say. But please go to the next one. The current landscape of cyber threats. Ooh, entropy. No, Vittoria. This is entropy. Cyber threats are constantly evolving, as my colleague said before, but they are also becoming more sophisticated day by day. And they are pervasive. They invade our daily life. So what is malware? Stuck there. Malicious software that infiltrates and damages our system. They can steal our data too. I would say that almost every cyber attack contains malware. Then there is social engineering and phishing, also known as human hacking. These manipulate their targets, expose our confidential information. However, it threatens also the financial well-being of our organizations and may compromise personal and national security. Phishing, everybody knows what is phishing. Usually they are fraudulent emails or attachment to emails, but also text messages and calls. They steal your profile on WhatsApp, for instance, and then they ask you for a ransom. They trick people into sharing personal data, to downloading malware, to sending money to cyber criminals. Then you may have heard about the man-in-the-middle attacks, MITM. This is a technique which involves intersecting the communication between two endpoints. So the attacker can eavesdrop on the communication, but also steal sensitive data and impersonate each party participating in the communication. So it could be very misleading, and it leads to fraud. Then there is denial of service attack, advanced persistent threats, which continues over the time, insider threats. So somebody amongst us could be an insider. So you do not require, it doesn't require a huge knowledge about cyber, but you can sneak and take very important information. Sometimes it happens by mistake, or as it happened some time ago in the US, there was a Air Force soldier, very good with the computer, but he utilized data on the war of aggression against Ukraine, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, to play his video games. What a leak. Supply chain attacks. This compromises a third-party vendor in its supply chain. And then there is something which is somehow fascinating, I would say. Zero data exploits. It takes advantage of a zero-day vulnerability. So we cannot afford, we do not have the time to fix the issue. If we do not have the time, we lose money. So either we pay or we lose money on the other side. What a ransom or what a threat to our vulnerable system. It's very difficult to fix in very short time. And then there is something a little bit more complicated. Still, we are talking about the landscape, the current landscape of cyber threats, but you see how multifaceted it is. Multi-vector, polyformic attacks. Should be somewhere here. Here we are. It's there. So they surfaced in 2017 the first time. They combine several types of attacks, but they continue to change form, hence polyformic. The morph changes. They use viruses, worms, the Trojans, and it's very difficult to detect them. They are multi-vector, so they are transported through several means of transportations, and they infiltrate and move laterally inside our networks. So they are very, very challenging, and it's very difficult to detect. The Internet of Things attack is there, IoT. Everybody at home has got devices, Alexa or whatever. What happens, or you think about in a in a factory. If an artificial intelligence, Professor Mauro Conti, I'm really looking forward to listen to your speech. If somebody infiltrates the artificial intelligence behind the machinery in a factory, or they infiltrate our Alexa at home, it happens. Internet of Things attack. Data manipulation, the aims at changing our data. So how changes also the reality, our reality then. And then your daily bread, Professor, artificial intelligence, can really wait. So, next please, cybersecurity, the cognitive warfare. Still another very intriguing title. The cognitive warfare is an unconventional, hybrid form of warfare, waging war through the cognitive domain. It alters the enemy cognitive processes. It exploits mental biases on reflexive thinking. However, talking about the man on the street, it provokes thought distortion. By provoking thought distortion, it influences the decision making with really every negative effect, both on the individual level, but also in the society and at the government level. So, as I mentioned before, the weaponization of public opinion, it does influence, at the very end of the day, really our public institutions. And we cannot afford that our institutions are influenced by this kind of weaponization of public opinion. So, going back to the cognitive warfare, along with the foreign information manipulation and interference, they are both clearly linked to cybersecurity, because they use the same cyber technological infrastructure, and now it's getting more and more complicated. So they utilize inter alia the same cyber technological infrastructure, I say, but also their relevant attacks could be considered precursor of one of the others, or vice versa. They can affect, the foreign interference can affect the cognitive warfare and vice versa. They are utilized to obtain information that they could be later exploited to create fake content in info operations, because there is not only one battlefield nowadays. NATO has identified 5 domains: land, sea, air, cyber, and space, plus they are working on the cognitive domain. Remember the man on the street who is going to be influenced by the propaganda. So these may support specific narratives and also elections process. And everybody remembers what happened in the recent year about election processes. You know, by stealing email, you can disseminate content. You can create fake accounts. And you can also compromise the legitimacy of other accounts. And at the end of the day, you can also hack official website, and display fake content on the website themselves. Imagine if the Carabinieri website under attack displayed a completely different content and message to the population. People will say, I read it on the internet. It's true. It is not true. It is fake. How can you demonstrate it if you do not put in place all the countermeasures? So, talking about warfare, cyber warfare, cognitive warfare, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine provides us, unfortunately, numerous examples of these new kind of operations, which distort the narrative and shift the blame onto other actors. It is done through developing image-based and video-based content, impersonate legitimate entities, degrade the adversaries, enemies, I would say. And they are also utilized to influence formal diplomatic channels. So Now the question is, where do cyber threats come from? Here we are. So, hostile nation spies, unknown states, propaganda, espionage, disruption of key infrastructure, no, everything may lead to loss of life. I spoke about government-sponsored entities, which pose really an advanced threat. And then terrorist group. Terrorism and terrorists are not that good yet on cyber. Not yet, but new people is coming by, juveniles, and they are very good with the computers. So don't underestimate, because they will aim at critical infrastructure. They will threaten national security, disrupt our economies. They have been doing so, or already doing so. Imagine in the future, with the nerds that are around. We are not native digital. The juveniles are indeed native digital. No, Professor. So, I mean, I think that the police, the law enforcement, is to increase its effort, as also Hans said before, the European Gendarmerie Force Commanding Officer highlighted the need to move to increase the capacity of the capabilities of EGF to face this new challenge. So we must adapt to the environment. Something else is organized crime and corporate spies, especially in the industry. Espionage, industrial espionage is very common, unfortunately. But in this case, they are inspired by profit. Cyber criminals will be touched upon by ROS, our captain here, but cyber criminals' work are inspired by financial gains. Common crimes, ransomware attacks, and phishing scams, as everybody knows. The activists are those who are moved by political ideals, so they want just to spread their propaganda. They do not look for money, usually. And then there are the disgruntled insiders we spoke about, those who live in the organization and they want to remove one stone from the shoe, and so they want to disrupt their own organization. Usually, we are talking about just, into bracket, data breach, but data breaches could be very dangerous and jeopardize the well-being of any kind of factory or industry. So, still talking about all these actors in cyber and in cyber threats. Hackers, malicious intruders, those who may exploit the zero-day situation which I mentioned before. I don't have time to repair the damage, I need to pay. But hackers may also break into information system just for bragging rights, because they are challenging themselves on the media, social media. They want to disrupt this organization or the other one. And then don't forget natural disasters, because when an earthquake strikes, unfortunately, also our network are stricken by the natural disaster. And Italy, unfortunately, does know what means natural disasters. Next, please. The cybersecurity architecture. Oh, now it's getting a little bit more complicated. So, it's difficult. We need a multi-layer protection, which is to be spread across computers, networks, programs, and data as well. Because we must defend against any kind of cybersecurity threats, also from accidental damage and from physical disaster. So you may have heard the disaster recovery teams on this subject matter. It entails application security, information security, next please, operational security, also network security and cloud security. This slide, however, shows you that there are multiple actors in cybersecurity and the cybersecurity architecture. But I don't want to be self-explanatory, but I would like to draw your attention on the role of law enforcement in all these architecture. So don't underestimate it, please. Another point about, and then I will change the matter, to highlight, apart from disaster recovery, business continuity that I touched upon before, is threat intelligence. So also cyber feeds the intelligence cycle. Colin Bramati from the SPCOE mentioned the blue lens approach that with Jenna Paris we have been talking about for ages in the NATO environment. So the police intelligence versus the military intelligence. But also cyber is a domain where we must collect intelligence. We'll be talking later on about the need to patrol the cyber. This is also in the national directive of the Carabinieri, talking about when we talk about cyber. So cyber security, and we go to the main subject and before drawing to a close, and stability policing. Here we are. So it was mentioned before, cybersecurity doesn't typically fall within the purview of stability policing. However, we must protect systems, networks, and data from cyber attacks, also our own staff. By the same token, we must ensure that integrity, confidentiality, and the availability of information is not corrupted, are not polluted. So when we speak about stability policing, we are broken records on this. Luigi, no. Stability policing fills a specific gap, is a function which focuses on the policing gap, with the aim to ensure public order and security through the deployment of very robust police forces in fragile environments. But today we live in a really interconnected world, and the line between cyber threats and the physical threats is really blurred. They influence each other. So it is not just an information technology issue, cybersecurity, it's something far more. It's not just how to utilize a laptop. Unfortunately, it may really affect national security, because cyber threats may undermine the stability of our societies, disrupt critical infrastructure, erode public trust, and in peaceful support operation, now it becomes daily bread. They can spoil the peace process. They can spoil the establishment of long-term peace and development. They may create an hostile environment far before we deploy through the propaganda. They will treat us, those who we are supposed to serve, as the invaders rather than the saviors. So again, it's a tool to weaponize public opinion. Watch out. And so, by the same token, to influence their state policies as well. You may have heard that the United Nations is retreating from several missions in Africa. It was also especially because the public opinion didn't want United Nations troops over there. So cybersecurity and stability policing are really intrinsically linked, intertwined. And our efforts are to be aimed at to safeguard both the physical and the digital realms. Here we are with the nexus. Protection of critical infrastructure is to be essential for the functioning of our society, from power grids, water supply systems, transportation networks, and communication systems, to mention but a few. It is related also to the resilience of the society in a whole of government approach. It is a 360-degree approach. Stability policing, therefore, must include measures to protect these infrastructures. It is one of the tasks of SP in NATO, for instance, critical site infrastructure security. To ensure resilience and reliability of institutions. Watch out identity theft through cybercrime, but think about how much stability policing is to be effective through really true law enforcement capability to be deployed in order to develop really the capability to detect, investigate and prosecute cyber criminals. But how can we do it? unfortunately, we cannot do it alone. So it requires collaboration and international collaboration and cooperation and interagency cooperation. So it is not just a law enforcement as such endeavor. So everybody is to invest on advanced technology. Watch out that, unfortunately, cybersecurity could be threatened by terrorists and organized crime. We mentioned terrorists because they are increasingly using digital platforms. And so let's go back to the concept of patrolling the cyber world, cyber domain, to prevent from the spread also of extremist content. And it has been done, I know, but by several agencies and law enforcement in Europe. Don't forget that civil unrest can be fueled by cyber. Imagine the demonstration, the rent-a-mob demonstration that we had in Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1995, 1998 through 2000. No, they were capable to organize demonstration out of nowhere. And now think about a flash mob. You send a message through WhatsApp, everybody in your group will know it, and everybody will show up at a given time, and they will carry out their demonstration. All of the sudden, out of the blue. So, the challenges. Next. Here we are. Resource constraints is very expensive. But we cannot just rely on the traditional policing means. We must be innovative. We must find and allocate resources to fight in this world. And then there are skill gaps. We are not digital. The kids, the juveniles are digital, so we must recruit the nerds in our organization. And then when we train people, we must also retain people, because the companies in the private world, they are looking for our experts. They lure them. So when you train, you should think also about that a carabiniere, a police officer, was very good at this kind of operational, cannot be lured or hired by a private company. So we must also retain these people. Maybe the partnership with the private sector may help. There are also some legal and regulatory issues, because cyber knows no border. So law enforcement must know no border. Otherwise, we lose. The same applies to any fight against organized crime. We live in a global world, so interagency, international cooperation are crucial. And we must strive to harmonize the regulation all over the world, at least within the alliance, at least within Europe. Since the issue is global, the challenges are global, the laws are to be harmonized. By doing so, we gain the public trust. Maintaining public trust is essential to winning the battle of narratives, as I mentioned before. It allows us to be transparent, accountable, and it allows us for community engagement. We can speak freely without any issue with the local population. This requires also education for citizens. So it is not just an issue, a challenge for the police forces. It's something the police forces are to get out from their barracks and talk with the population. Again, in this remit, it's crucial to enhance international cooperation because of the global nature of cybercrime. And also, the cooperation, international cooperation, enhance, strengthen the collective security, collective defense, and deterrence is one of the 3 core tasks of NATO. And this is mostly a NATO environment. I'm talking about the countries that we are from. All in all, this approach enhances the community engagement, but also is essential for building resilience, the resilience of our societies, through empowering our citizens. By doing so, we protect them for these threats, but also we support law enforcement efforts. So let's draw to a conclusion, and thank you for your attention, also for those online. The nexus between cybersecurity and stability policing is really crucial business. As cyber threats continue to evolve, so must law enforcement is to evolve as much as possible. Integrating cybersecurity into stability policing is essential for protecting both the digital and the physical realms. By addressing the challenges through collaboration, resource allocation, remember we need money as well, and public engagement, can we really create a safer and more secure environment? So I do thank you for your attention. After this, we have the break with a group picture, and then we are looking forward to the following discussion, but I think if you have any question, the team is really eager to take your questions before having our break. And then we will have the follow-up discussion with the other subject matter expert and our keynote speaker, Professor Mauro Conti. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the director, if you have any questions before we proceed to the coffee break. is by Colonel Dorin Luta from the Romanian Gendarmerie. He's the head of the Lessons Learned branch at the NATO SPCOE, and he will talk about the role of stability policing in cybersecurity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I see myself also in the YouTube. That's very good. It's still good morning according to the Italian rules because it's not 12 o'clock. So good morning, distinguished generals, commanders, directors, guests, colleagues and friends. So I'm Dorin from Romanian Gendarmerie. I work in the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence as lesson and branch head since 2021. And it's really a pleasure to speak today in front of you about a topic that was the subject of an activity that we carried out last year in October with very interesting findings for the people wearing the blue uniforms, blue lenses. Look at me, it cannot be more blue than that. So I would like somebody to open the presentation and then I will manage it from here. Thank you so much. So yeah, the real title of the presentation is the role of stability policing in the cyber domain, not necessarily cyber security. And to be more to the point, it's related to the NATO cyber domain because of the NATO flag that we are wearing every day when going to work. So very important to say at the beginning, also for the people that are attending in an online mode, the disclaimer, the fact that we are a center of excellence and we are not representing any NATO body, NATO agency, and our opinion is an independent opinion and should only be considered as an advisory role for the real NATO bodies that want to take decisions or actions. So today, I will concentrate on 5 points, which I hope at the end will give you a better idea, a better picture about what stability policing is in NATO in general, then what cyber domain is in NATO, then connecting the dots, as some of my predecessors says, how can stability policing and cyber go together? And I will explain what we did in the workshop last year in October. Then I will focus on a trend analysis, which is the outcome of the discussion, especially in the workshop, like validated discussions, that is available for any kind of interaction between policing elements and cyber domain. And in the end, I will try to find an answer to the idea if cyber could be or not a new domain for SP, knowing from the beginning that the answer is yes, there is strong connection between the two. Okay, starting with the first, stability policing in NATO. What we are. NATO is an organization, international organization, with a specific focus, specific objective, a little bit different than the other big actors on the market, meaning UN, European Union, OSCE. We are not looking in NATO after world peace. NATO is a political military alliance with the main objective of defending its parties. So from this perspective, stability policing in NATO has a quite different role as what we might expect from other kind of stability policing-like missions in other international organizations. NATO is a body that has a lot of acronyms and a lot of documents, like the NATO doctrine. And of course, stability policing has its own doctrine. And its doctrine is called AGP, as Allied Joint Publication 3.22 on stability policing, which is soon to be revised. We are eager to start the revision process after summer because it's quite old. It was dated back 2016. So according to this AGP, the stability policing in NATO is seen as a set of police activities that have a purpose. So they do two things, either reinforce or temporarily replace an indigenous police force. For what? contribute to the restoration and upholding of public order and security, rule of law, protection of human rights. This is NATO agreed definition. Trying to translate this to everybody's understanding, we need to have two elements when we speak about stability policing in NATO, and these two elements are a crisis that affects the state or the governance of the state, and the second element is, because of this crisis, we have a policing gap. We have a police force that is not capable of policing the country because it's not capable or doesn't want to. And in this specific situation, with the help of the stability policing mechanism, we can help that state, fragile state, evolve after the crisis, step up into the gap, and continue to have the normal life of its population. General, the Majesty, sir, you saw your slides. This is my slide. This is my spaghetti slide. What is stability policing? What is stability policing? So yeah, it's basically everything that a police force does in a country, but seen from the perspective of fragile state. Why I projected this is because we believe that in this society today, in all these activities, there is a small or a big cyber element. And this is the moment where we started to discuss what can be or how should be tailored the role of stability policing in the cyber domain. Then the missions, I will refer here just to some short description of missions and some acronyms that are very common in our language and will be used in the future, but putting cyber just before those missions. So we, as stability policing in a mission, it's about establishing a safe and secure environment, the famous SASE, and the freedom of movement of the population in the country. Then help restore public order and security, very basic. Restore basic utilities and infrastructure, and this is linked to resilience as well. Facilitate humanitarian assistance, and then long-term governance and development. In the end, this is the aim. We do this to ensure that the fragile state, after the crisis, is able independently to take care of its own country. With that being said, so we have number one, what stability policing is. Two is what NATO approach is towards the cyber domain. And here I put a little timeline to show to everybody how it started and when we are. So it all started for NATO with the huge cyber attacks against Estonia and its public and private institution in 2007, which was a question, is this attack considered to be armed attack? Should we activate the article or not? In the end, this attack created the premises for NATO to develop its own policy on cyber defense. This was done in 2008, quite some time ago, but it continued to evolve from having a simple cyber defense policy to a more comprehensive approach towards cyber, because in 2014, cyber defense was officially recognized as one of the elements of the collective defense. And then in 2016, in the Warsaw Summit, cyberspace was officially recognized as a domain of operation for NATO, together with the others, 5 soon to be 6. And then we have a cyber defense pledge done by the head of states in the summit. And then it continued in the same year with the signature of the comprehensive technical arrangement on cyber defense between NATO and European Union, huge overlapping between the two in the cyber defense. And it continued with the NATO Guide for Strategic Response Options to Significant Malicious Cyber Activities in 2019. And the latest document relevant is the 2021 new NATO policy on cyber defense, which is done from the comprehensive approach that NATO is promoting since the last period. Okay, then we have, again, a acronym AAP, so it's Alliance Administrative Publication 06, which is the glossary of terms of definitions around NATO, and over there we can see actually a definition of cyberspace, how NATO perceives cyberspace. And in one word, very short, it's all connected. So it's not only computers. The definition says that you have all interconnected communication, information technology, and then other electronic systems, the networks, and the data that are inside. So all these elements are the cyberspace. This is how NATO sees it. I put here a quote from the latest NATO strategic concept, the one that was released 2 years ago. And there's a short line on cyberspace, which says, very easy, it's contested at all times, and then we all understand what it's about. So it's, not to repeat what was said before me, malign actors that wants to degrade critical infrastructure, interfere with government services, extract intelligence, steal property, intellectual property, all this to impede the military activities of the alliance. So this is how it's been perceived from the NATO perspective. I also put here, from many other definition, what is cybersecurity? So cybersecurity definition was presented by General de Magistris before. We can see these cybersecurity activities from police perspective in 2 ways. One, easy, is the cybersecurity of our own organization, of our own police institution, which is better IT systems, IT policy, security policies. We say in NSPCOE, Ivan. Yeah, so our IT guy, IT manager, who comes every day with new updates, new tips to make us all aware of what's happening, what are the threats, how we can mitigate the actions before they happen. So in NATO, they consider that cybersecurity is the application of security measures for the protection of all these systems, yeah, with respect to some factors: confidentiality, integrity, availability, authenticity, and non-repudiation of data. The other element that we should take into consideration when we speak about cybersecurity is the cybersecurity of the whole society, not necessarily of the policing organization. And this is where stability policing as a function could have an important role. And I will explain later how this could be done in reality. Okay, we are now at the halfway of the presentation. Point number 3, the workshop on the role of stability policing in the cyber domain. For most of you who work in the compound, you recognize the picture, the entrance to the library of CoESPU. So between 11 and 13 of October last year, we did a 3-day workshop with the aim of having at the same place people from different communities, NATO-oriented. So we look at the cyber community, we also look at the intelligence community, and also to our own stability policing community. Yeah. And then the scope was to find a common ground to discuss how stability policing in NATO should evolve within the cyber domain. What we had here, we had a nice venue in the library, audience coming from all levels, starting with NATO bodies, which was NATO headquarters in Brussels. We had the coordinator for cyber present to the activity, and we had the operational level at SHAPE. We had the deputy provost marshal of SHAPE to our activity. We had the force, the NATO Rapid Deployment Corps of Italy from Solbiate Lona coming here. And we had 4 representatives of commands, national commands that deal with cyber from Spain, Netherlands, Romania, and Italy. And then we had independent think tanks. We had the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center that is based in Bucharest, new entity just created. And then we had the NATO Center of Excellence that deals with counterintelligence. Very interesting approach from their side. So we gathered for 3 days in the library, and using different techniques of discussion, we, in the first part, we had generic presentation to set up the scene from this perspective: NATO, stability policing, resilience, and also operational. And then we had guided discussion through questions and moderators, where we try to identify trends for the future, what could be, and how can be the projection of the future with respect to stability policy. So this is what we have. The trend analysis, I believe, was the most relevant to be shown here in this format, because this is available not necessarily to NATO and stability policy in NATO. It could be available for everybody. So there were a set of 10 trends that were identified, discussed, and the conclusions, the basic conclusions are here though. They might be very obvious, but it's better to reflect on them every time and to understand them when we want to better project our actions when it comes to cyber. So, yeah, of course, cyber domain is expanding. This is a fact. So the observation, you will see the presentation is, there are some observation, and when you see the arrow, which is the link to the future, that's the projection. This is what we believe it will happen. So, yeah, the digital landscape has widened and widened, and cyber incidents are rising every day. And this has a direct impact on human behavior, human cognition. This is the target for this expansion. And this leads to manipulation of perception. This is the clear observation. Then the projection is, as our reliance, every human being reliance on technology increases, cyber issues will affect everyone, from individual to nations. This is what we believe might happen in the future with the expansion of the domain. Then it's stability policing itself and the evolution of the stability policing. Because now is only related to a fragile state, it's only related to reinforce that fragile state. This NATO framework, yeah, could accommodate a cyber inside its current activities looking to the future. There is no cyber provision in the current doctrine, but there is no cyber limitation. So it's free to play, but in the future we hope that with the revision ongoing and with the results of these works, we will be able to put a strong footprint on cyber in our daily activities about stability policing. So what could be the future of stability policing? Might incorporate, of course, the digital aspects. We put there cyber forensics, something that could be very generic, just to open the door to practitioners that are really performing on the ground the job. Now, it's not. Multi-domain threats. Multi-domain, joint on steroids or not. It's true that they are multi-phased. They can come from all directions, all levels. For example, a cyber incident, depending on the moment and on the impact on the target, can result in civil unrest, and then the problem is that the cascade effect, domino effect, can happen very easily. And for this in mind, looking to the future, cyber incidents will have ramification, we say, yeah? Will be like an octopus in the real world, which may cause disruption in many services, also the vital ones. There are another element that was presented before, is the cyber and physical convergence. It's true, the line between physical threats and cyber threats is diminishing, go close to disappearing. And then hybrid campaigns becoming more and more prevalent in our days. We used to say as a joke that the kilobyte doesn't stop at the border, right? This is where we are. And for this, defense strategies, all of them should have as an approach a comprehensive manner, which should have a physical and also digital aspect embedded at the same time, not separate. Another trend that we put on the table is technological vulnerability expansion. Because new technologies comes with new opportunities, but also bring new vulnerabilities. Nowadays and in the future, all the devices interconnect, artificial intelligence evolves, And cyber threats will turn to evolve accordingly. What is the projection? There is an immediate need to enhance what we call cyber resilience. This is the only way in which the society and the police could do an effective response. The old style in which we are doing patrolling, countering, and punishing the criminals should not be the #1 line of effort. Prevention and building resilience is the future, especially in cyber. Yes, so resilience strategy evolution, yeah? In resilience, there was a shift in incorporating cybersecurity, and the trend is that cyber threat tend to be at the forefront, the beginning of future resilience planning. Last four, but now it's 3 on the slide. Engaging the communities. As cyber threats escalate, trust in the digital domain becomes precarious, and fear might take its place. So, what is here? What's the catch? The moment that the population, the society, doesn't see the cyber, the technology around, as an added factor to their security, it backfires immediately. And it backfires until the very top of the society. So we believe that projection is trust restoration in post-cyber incidents must be proper planned, and SP should have a role both in NATO and outside NATO to do this. Digital literacy. This is a new term also, speaking about cyber. The idea is that we have to recognize the importance of understanding cyber threat actors in layers and the key to the resilience strategy. We say that now cyber is no longer an activity for practitioners like it was some years. Every unit had 1-2 people dealing with IT, and that was cyber. And the rest, especially in military and police, they were doing the hardcore. Don't come to me with this kind of bullshit. No. Now, digital literacy, awareness of cyber is a job for everybody. Dynamic adaptation, a dynamic feedback mechanism to address ever-evolving threat landscape is needed. So we believe real-time intelligence can be critical to develop agile and adaptive strategies. And this is the link, this is the door between the communities of cyber and the communities of intelligence. And this could be the way that the future of stability policing may look like, in which with comprehensive real-time cooperation between law enforcement agencies by exchanging information and intelligence can help build resilience on the cybersecurity towards cyber threats. Last one, I put it here, not because it's the last, because I believe it's really the first one that will be part of the development of the future. And it's the triple P, the public-private partnership. Because here in this cyber and in this world of evolving technologies, it's the, I don't want to say the reality, but it's very common that the private sector is a little bit ahead of the public sector when it comes to cyber. So a strong partnership between the two is the key to have a good planning and response in case is needed. So collaboration between the two is the key. Just to develop a little bit more on this, there was a discussion about how you cannot be innovative in cyber, comparing to the improvised bombs, terrorism, other kinds of stuff. Because here, even if you manage to develop your own system as individual or small group, the key element is to share it. The key element is networks, yeah? Making devices speak with each other. And at the base of those networks are big private players. You cannot develop as group or as individual your parallel network in cyber. It just doesn't work. So this is why public sector, who is responsible for the global functions of security, safety of people, resilience, yeah, to speak hand in hand with the private sector, whom has the main advantage in developing the technologies behind. Well, with this, how can cyber be a new domain for SP? And these were our conclusions. Very blunt, very easy to understand. As I said, cyber is not only computers. So when we as policemen look at this, should not only stick to what is the computer, but what is also in it, how it connects to other computers, and then how it speaks to the target. Cyber is no longer an activity for practitioners. This is digital literacy. This is something that should be embedded in the basic training of every policeman that now patrols the street or the cyberspace. The link between cyber and hybrid threats. What is hybrid threat? Yeah? This is something that is not war, but has the potential of making the same effect on a society, on a government. What is cyber? It's a way in which hybrid can be put into place. And of course there is a room for the two. And because it's carried out under the threshold of war, for NATO is very important, this element, you know, armed attack. Stability policing, or policing on the ground, is one of the tools, if not the tool, to cooperate in this environment, in this gray area, to respond to resolution of complex challenges and risks. And then the question is there room for cyber in safe and secure environment and freedom of movement? Of course there is. How? It's happening now, but could happen in the future. At the end, I have an example that could be enlightening to further questions and reflections. How about the law enforcement? Yes, law enforcement has an important role when supporting the host nation in carrying out its domestic cyber operations. There is a big difference between country operations and NATO operations when we speak about cyber. Cyber is, by definition in NATO, a defensive operation. But in order to defend, sometimes you can attack, not NATO. But countries can develop their own strategies to defend while attacking before it's happening. Something that is interesting also in terms of giving a more positive atmosphere was the risk of having Stone Age commanders. This was very, very nicely taken by the people in the workshop, you know, working in highly sophisticated operating environments. So this hopefully will not be the case in the near future, but we might see it happen now in present, with people that are just resilient to the new technologies and the fact that cyber is all around us. And yes, the conclusion was that NATO doctrinal framework doesn't close the door for cyber in SP, and this is what we will promote when we will go to revise the document. And then the takeaways. Initially, the question was at the end of the title. The question was, is it time to think in terms of cyber stability policing? But after the workshop, we just deleted the question mark, because it is time. And how we can do it, these are more the lines of effort that we propose to NATO to follow on in the future. Yeah, and just to highlight something that was put into the report to explain this. So Stability policing was considered in NATO in the past part of the land operation, land component, everything that was land. But it's not the case anymore. Now, NATO is evolving to a multi-domain operation framework, which is transversal to all dimensions and affect all of them. With the constant use of technology in the daily life, cyber issues become more and more important, both from individuals and from countries. There are no clear and definite borders in the cyber dominion, which today is largely contested, and all of developing technologies, because all of them are positive in the original meaning, but negative is if they are being hacked and misused. So they could have an important implication considering their effects. It is important to underline that cyber threats are no longer isolated to one domain, but directly interest or affect all of them. And digital literacy recognizes the importance of understanding cyber threats at all levels of the society. So we arrive at the point number 1. So for the future, it is vital to ensure cyber awareness and community engagement when we speak about stability policing activities. So despite of we don't have now in NATO a clear definition of cyber conflict, because it's always a contested environment, and we say that the moment that we give a definition for something, it is the exact moment where we give our enemies all the possibilities to go around. So, but it is possible now to refer to a cyber event in terms of prevention phase, during the attack, and post-attack phase. So SP could fit in all three of these phases by raising awareness. What SP is missing, maybe, is the ability to operate in the new environment. So it may work as an enabler for other entities who are in charge of disseminating the message, but they have to rely on the technological capabilities of every nation. So stability policing should focus on the basics of cyber, have a better awareness on the domain, and make a common goal and maturity of it. Since stability policing engages mainly the communities, the groups of people, community-oriented policing, as we used to say, it will have a role of cyber educating of such environments. Firstly, when engaging with community, it might be possible to understand how the information technology influences the perception of local population towards the law enforcement or the military agencies, and to gain information in order to have real and complete knowledge of the operating environment. Secondly, it might play a huge role in understanding the proper structures to counter cyber events and provide the right awareness on how to collect information and to preserve all devices related to data collection in cyberspace. Moving from raising the awareness and speaking with the communities, we end up to the next logical choice, which is building cyber resilience. Because we had this Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center present, they came with their own approach towards this, and in the aftermath of the workshop, there was actually a paper that is being published by them, which is called Pillars of Cyber Resilience. And here, they emphasize the role of stability policing. And they say stability policing might play a role, despite being complementary, of the extreme importance in terms of cyber resilience, because building resilience has been the core of cybersecurity as a founding strategy in response to rapid technological developments. So building a strong digital infrastructure that can both repel and withstand cyber threats is an important task in cyberspace, and institutions as well as individuals can be better equipped to fight back sophisticated cyber attacks through anticipation of possible vulnerabilities and regular updates of security measures. Another crucial fact in building cyber resilience is awareness of what's around us, so digital literacy at all levels. Then the last two, cyber prevention and cyber patrolling, with a question mark we put patrolling. It's happening, but it's happening mainly in countries, not necessarily in NATO. Why? Because so far there is not a clear mechanism in which law enforcement agencies of NATO countries can develop a cooperation to exchange relevant information. Cyber patrolling, initially we said no, there's no way. There's no way. However, we have in NATO now the air policing mission, which is extremely relevant for NATO and for the countries in the context of the conflict around us. So air policing is being done using the airspace of NATO countries by elements of other countries who are making sure that the entire airspace of NATO is being protected. What if, in some years, this will be translated to the NATO cyber police or cyber patrolling? Not necessarily having the classical patrolling on the field understanding, but acknowledging the fact that in this environment there are no borders. We can patrol, we can cyber patrol from our office or from a bench, sitting on a bench in a park, if we have the correct tools to do that. So this is why we left it like this with the open question, because at the beginning it looked very far away. We don't want to dig into this direction. But at the end, it's possible that the reality will show us that this is the correct way ahead. So that was more or less our findings, our ideas for the future. The conclusion is, yes, there is a role for stability policing in NATO. What will be the future, hopefully, put this into the new doctrine and raising a question mark to NATO on the need to consider using stability policing also to as a tool to enhance the cooperation inside NATO countries in order to fight hybrid threats and to make sure that they do not escalate to the level of Article 5. So that was my presentation. I don't know if I was in time. No, I was not. So open for questions if you have. I don't know if it's now or at the end of the panel. Thank you.
The second contribution is by Captain Giuseppe Specchio from the Carabinieri Raggruppamento Operativo Speciale, which is the Carabinieri Serious and Organized Crime Special Unit. Captain Specchio is an expert in digital forensics and investigations, and today is going to talk about the Carabinieri's vision in combating cybercrime. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Giuseppe Specchio, and I'm a captain of Carabinieri Corps. And since 2007, I've been working for them as a cybercrime investigator. Currently, I'm leading the third section of a cybercrime department within the Carabinieri Special Investigation Group, also known as ROS. And as you can see from this slide, although I'm not a technical officer by title, my background is in computer science. Particularly, I got the first PhD in Italy in digital investigation with the University of Roma of Tor Vergata. Today, with my presentation, I will talk with you how Carabinieri face cybercrimes and related threats. And for this reason, I will show you what is our battlefield and what are the key elements of this space. After that, I will show you the model that Carabinieri Corps has developed for facing cyber threats, and I'll give you a brief presentation of my department. And lastly, I will talk with you about the current main challenges that we face during digital investigations. So, as probably most of you already know, our battlefield is the so-called cyberspace. It is featured by the absence of physical borders, a geographical distance, and an engagement of multiple jurisdictions. As a result, we don't have an international legal definition of it, but we have a technical and authoritative definition of this arena. And on the flip side, in Italy, we have a legal definition of it that is being translated with the locution spazio cibernetico, even though from my perspective, this locution didn't really catch the entire meaning of the cyberspace, because the cybernetics is in a sub-range of the cyberspace. It's my opinion. If you know, I share some QR code you can scan in order to check my definitions. Now, despite we don't have a legal definition of cyberspace, we have a legal definition of their key elements. We are talking about the computer systems, related data, traffic, and service providers. This definition comes from the Article 1 of the Budapest Convention. Except for the user, we don't have a legal definition, but we have a technical definition provided by the ISO. It's so far from my view, I don't remember the number of the ISO publication, but you can scan the QR code in order to check it. In order to better understand how these key elements interact between them and how they can acquired by law enforcement agencies and cyber criminals, we should analyze how is featured a typical digital investigation scenario. In general, we face with more or one user that handle one or more computer systems. By means of this electronic device, they generate, handle, and store computer data locally or remotely thanks to an internet connection provided by a local internet access provider. These data are stored in a remote area handled by a local or foreign content or hosting provider, and this data may have many levels of visibility. In fact, we have public data, open to the public data, and private data. These data sets can be divided in two subsets. One is related to private area that under the Italian criminal law we call as electronic domicile. What is an electronic domicile? It's an ideal area where the Italian law recognizes the right to the confidentiality or privacy in the user activities. On the flip side, we have the open source area where we carry out investigation. To link to discuss made the colonel Romanian, this kind of data we freely share with the other law enforcement agencies across Europe. We can share the same information from a military perspective. As you, obviously, this kind of data, private and open source data, can be acquired for criminal purpose and for judicial purpose. In particular, as a law enforcement agency, we can carry out computer search, on-spot investigation, law enforcement interceptions, undercover operations, and we can acquire user digital footprints through the use of prosecution order. Lastly, we can require to the content hosting provider to freezing the user data in order to acquire data after that with international cooperations, where is possible. As in the real world, also in the digital world, people commit crime. Particularly in the cyberspace, we call this kind of conduct as a cybercrime. But what is a cybercrime? As for the cyberspace, we don't have an universal legal definition of it, but we have an operational definition provided by authoritative party like Europol and Interpol. In fact, they divide conduct committed against or to the computer system. Specifically, we are talking about cyber-dependent crime and cyber-enabled crime. But we have also a technical definition provided by the ISO, both having in common the key elements that I previously explained and the conduct. This is a criminal conduct committed through the cyberspace. Now let's delve into who are the people who hack. As you probably know, to hack means to gain unauthorized access to a computer system or a computer network. The reason that because we can hack are vast. One example could be the personal gratification and notoriety. This kind of conduct is typical from hackers. Hackers that by the journalists are labeled as criminal. From my perspective, they are not criminal, but they are people that think outside the box. But if you hack for economical profit, for instance, then you are a criminal. Or there are other people that hack for ideological purpose. So we are, for instance, for a political agenda, we are talking about activists, or for terrorism, cyberbullying, or for national securities. In that cases, we are talking about law enforcement agency, security services, and militaries. Now I would show you the model that Carabinieri has adopted for facing cyber threats. We have developed a three-tier models in order to handle digital investigation and related training from a strategical, operational, and tactical point of view. In particular, the strategic level is in charge of our general headquarters in Rome, where it provides cybersecurity policies, take care of technological development, and they have also a special unit for incident response in case of attack against the Carabinieri network infrastructure. The operational level is in charge of two departments. One's of mine, the second one is the digital forensic department within the Carabinieri Scientific Investigation Group, where we provide an operational liaison function and a national coordination of digital investigation across Italy. While the last level, the tactical level, is guaranteed by several cyber investigation sections across the entire country, and we specifically guarantee the presence of it at least in the major Italian cities. Moreover, we guarantee also 4 digital forensic sections in Rome, Parma, Cagliari, and Messina. In a dynamic world like the cyberspace, training is a mandatory activity. So Carabinieri set a doctrine hub in Velletri, a small town near Rome. Within the ISTI is an acronym of Institute of Superior Investigation Techniques, where we provide a second-level training in criminal investigation. After that, our staff can attend a 1-month course and 1-week refresh course in digital investigations. Now, a brief presentation by the department. As you can see in these charts, we are within the Carabinieri Special Investigation Group, where we deal with the crime related to mafia-type organization and terrorism. In particular, my department is structured in 4 sections, where the first is in charge of post-mortem activities, while the second on OSINT investigation. The third section, my section, we are in charge of big judicial data analysis, computer data interception, crypto investigation, where I mean crypto funds, cryptocurrency, all stuff that are related to the darknet, and international cooperation. Last section, the fourth, is in charge of instead of research and development. Now let's conclude my presentation by presenting you some of the main challenge in the digital investigation realm. As you can see in this chart, digital investigation can be considered a special case of cross-border investigation. As a result, the rule of law is subordinate, sorry for my accent, to respect of two the main international law principle. I mean the respect of a principle of reciprocity and principle of proportionality. What does means that? That a conduct should be mutually recognized as a criminal conduct at least from two states, but this is not enough. Our judge can evaluate this conduct, how can be punished in another country. For instance, in Italy, we'll never extradite a suspect if he or she can be punished with death penalty in case of murder, for instance. Further on, we have a well-known difficult by legislative framework to keep the pace with the rapid evolution of ICT technology. As a result, we have a vast number of legislative vacuums. And in the best case scenario, our judge adopt an evolutionary interpretation of law. Bitcoin theft is a classical example of a legislative vacuum in Italian criminal law. In fact, our legal framework didn't recognize the theft of non-material assets, but strangely, we have an exception for electricity, but we don't take in consideration the theft of bitcoins that are well used for commit crimes. Another legislative vacuum is caused by the impact of AI tools. In particular, despite we have a strong law against the revenge porns, this law didn't cover the case if the threat actor used deep fake technologies. Another Achilles heel is the analysis of the big judicial data analysis, especially if you face with a organized crime group. There is no doubt that artificial intelligence can provide great support in order to reduce the time of analysis of this data. But from my experience, these solutions are immature when they face with dialects and slang. Because our clients don't talk Italian, they talk dialect, they use dialect, slang, and so on. Last example of the next challenge is a particular case of crime as a service. I'm talking about the use of cryptophones. They are a specialized smartphone featured the fact that they are resistant to electronic surveillance. In fact, they are using for providing logistic support for fugitives or secure communication for international drug trafficking. As most probably of you already know, a couple of years ago, Dutch and French joint teams took down EncroChat and SkyCC platform. Beyond the IT skill, from a legal point of view, this kind of investigation was possible because the server was located in France. As a result, our clients are moving their registered office and their service in non-cooperative countries. Moreover, they are moving their network infrastructure from centralized to decentralized network. So, I have a question for you, if you are ready to face this new challenge. And particularly, I don't know if the Digital Service Act is enough resilient to deal with this kind of architecture. That's about it. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. Thank you. No question?
Thank you, Captain. And now it's time for our keynote speaker, Professor Mauro Conti. Professor, you have an impressive track record of accomplishments, so for the sake of time, I'm not covering your entire resume, but let's just say Professor Conti is a full professor at the University of Padua and is also affiliated with the Technical University in Delft in the Netherlands and at the University of Washington in Seattle. He received his master and his PhD in computer science from the University of Rome, La Sapienza. After his doctorate in 2009, he was a postdoctoral researcher at Rige Universiteit, I hope the pronunciation is correct, in Amsterdam. In 2011, he joined the University of Padua as assistant professor, where he became associate professor in 2015 and full professor in 2018. He has been a visiting researcher at many universities, such as the George Mason University in Virginia, the University of California, Los Angeles, the University of California, Irvine, the Technical University in Darmstadt, Germany, the University of Florida, and the Florida International University, and many others. He was awarded the Marie Curie Fellowship in 2012 by the European Commission and another fellowship by the German Academic Exchange Service, the DAD, in 2013. His research is also funded by some private companies, including Cisco, Intel, and Huawei. His main research interest is in the area of security and privacy. In this area, he has published more than 500 papers in peer-reviewed journals. He is editor-in-chief for the IEEE Transactions on Information Forensics and Security, and area editor-in-chief for the IEEE Communication Surveys and Tutorials. By the way, the IEEE is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. He's also a member of the Blockchain Expert Panel of the Italian government. In 2021, he was nominated Fellow of the Young Academy of Europe. From 2020, he's the head of studies of the Master Degree in Cybersecurity at the University of Padua. Today, he will speak on cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, opportunities and challenges. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the introduction, Colonel Fagioni. Thanks to all of you. Thanks for the invitation to General De Magistris, Colonel Gareffi, Bramati, all Carabinieri, the NATO Center of Excellence, and the European Gendarmerie, and to all the authorities that took part of this event this morning. So you put a lot of pressure on me with this long curriculum. I wish I knew that person. Okay, so I don't have much time, but I'm very ambitious. So I wanted to tell you about a whole history of the humankind and the cybersecurity, and maybe also the future. I'm joking, but I will try to give actually a recap of this. I'll take my time and breathe. And talking about authorities, if we can, I also have a welcome address. We have a video, if you can move it on. You can start the video.
It's a great pleasure for me to have met Professor Mauro Conti. I congratulate him for the great scientific success he obtained together with his Spritz Security and Private Research Group in the cybersecurity area, which is always more important. Mauro, it was great having a Spritz with you and looking forward to the next one.
Okay,
I wish you all a great event with the third mission of the University of Padua at the Unismart annual event.
Okay, not sure if you want to replay.
It's a great pleasure for me to have met Professor Mauro Conti. I congratulate him for the great scientific success he obtained together with his Spritz Security and Private Research Group in the cybersecurity area, which is always more important. Mauro, it was great having a Spritz with you and looking forward to the next one. I wish you all a great event with the third mission of the University of Padua at the Unismart annual event.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned, I hope this is now working. Okay, so we heard a lot of speech this morning, very interesting. Thanks actually to all the speakers before me. They also kind of prepared the ground for my talk as well. We heard about the importance of the cybersecurity. I particularly appreciate also the talk by the Romanian police, underlining that cybersecurity is not just computers. We are surrounded by cyber-physical systems, which are indeed also cyber. Everything basically around us, and everything is potentially vulnerable. Everything can turn, in principle, against us, critical infrastructures and so on. But let's start, from the real history and see how all this is happening and what is a potential future for this. So it seems that there are, psychological, theory and science mentioning why, some humans and partially all of us behave bad at a point, and there seems to be also biological reason for this. There is also this crime theory, which you probably know, which tell us that every time there is an opportunity, a motive, a reason, and a means, a tool to achieve it, at this intersection, it's likely there will be some bad motivated person or actor that will commit a crime or oppression or whatever bad you can imagine in the combination of this. My interest is particularly when this becomes done with the cybersecurity, and this started long way back. One of the first, definitely would not be the first, but one of the first tool that we can imagine, this for those that don't know, is the Caesar cipher. It's a cipher that was used before Christ to encrypt information. If we look at now from the crypto point of view, it's completely weak tool, but was a preliminary tool. You can imagine each letter was translated with the corresponding letter, and then a part was rotating. And this was the start of protecting our information. We heard also a lot about data, and also we need to talk about infrastructure. This is a tool, how it all started, and somehow cryptography is definitely one of the tools of the cybersecurity. But things become much, much more interesting. As somebody say, we live in interesting times, and this becomes much more interesting intellectually when, as a means, as a tools, it comes computers, internet, everything connected, IoT, and again, I want to underline cyber-physical system. Cybersecurity is not just computers, it's not just data, it's, I would say, everything. If you imagine all means of transportation moving from your car to the plane, trains, dikes, all cyber-physical infrastructures are governed by some cyber component, smart grid, healthcare system, and so on. So we need to be very careful at the cyber-physical system. So let's see how, moving forward from the Caesar cipher, the cybersecurity had a very important impact in the relation between humans and states. In general, when there are vulnerabilities, there are different approaches depending whether you're a good or a bad person and actor. If you're a bad person, for example, if you find a vulnerability in a system, you can go in the dark web and you can sell. There's a zero-day exploit that has been mentioned today. If somebody, you or a student, find a vulnerability in a system, one option, a bad option, is to go on the dark web, talk with the intelligence of some country, with a state actor, or very likely you might not know with whom you're talking with, but you might sell that information about a vulnerability and tell this person, look, I found out that all this famous operating system has a vulnerability. This is unpatched, so all the systems are potentially vulnerable to this. If you want, I can give you this information, you pay me whatever amount. which can be a big amount. And then this information can be used by state actor or whatever other actor to exploit, to attack systems or cyber physical systems. Another approach, hopefully, I mean, what we do at the university with my research group, if you find vulnerabilities, you can talk with institutions or companies with a process which is called the responsible disclosure. We have done with very important companies for operating system, processors, and so on. And then you talk to the company, you say, look, you have this vulnerability. We will not disclose the information even in a scientific paper. We will wait a given amount of time. So you fix the vulnerability, you send a patch to the all systems you have deployed in the world, sometimes 1 million systems with that vulnerability. And then we can write a scientific paper to explain why the system is vulnerable, what we should learn as a humankind not to do in the technical part of the cybersecurity to avoid such vulnerability in the future. So these are the two approaches. Let's see, I mean, how this had, again, an important role in the world. Things become more interesting in the recent times, and this definitely, I mean, for me, is one of the founding, it is the founding fathers of the computer science, of the cybersecurity. Turing, this person and the team and the idea, the solution they provided during the Second World War give a very significant impact on the evolution of the Second World War that we know, and I mean, also NATO somehow started from here. Turing helped decrypt the Enigma machine that was used by German to send messages and communications. And you can imagine that the breakthrough here on decrypting that machine gave to the Allies big factor to understand the evolution of the war. And then, of course, field operation that were still, of course, very important at the time, followed up, okay? So the cybersecurity somehow defined, starting from here more in a practical way, what the world is today. And this, moving on, keep playing by the old actors. All states, also, of course, democratic states have like intelligence service that try to play also with the technology as much as they can. This is a famous article by the Washington Post that revealed a few years ago how the CIA was controlling a company, what was allegedly an independent company in Switzerland, selling encryption machine. And this machine were used by all, according to this article, by all governments and institutions, mostly in the Western world, of course. And this started now to be something controlled by some government, somehow the CIA, and controlling the information this machine was able to encrypt. So maybe these encryption were not that confidential anymore. And there have been several other scenarios like actors, like governments, on all possible sides, took part in actions with the cyberspace. We've been heard several times that now the cyberspace is one of the field of operation for the NATO and so on. This is one of the probably most famous, it's kind of a stereotype, but of course there have been a lot of these type of attacks, talking about cyber attacks and talking about cyber physical systems. According to some source of information, this was an attack again done by US in collaboration with Israeli and in collaboration with big important companies that do operating systems or PLC, which are these industrial components in nuclear plants, and leveraging, of course, some of the 0 days vulnerability that nobody knew. Of course, was also very complex attacks. It took like several months, a lot of people involved. And there was a multi-stage attack where from a machine, they ended up taking control of the PLC of the turbine of the nuclear plants, creating some sort of anomalies. And then, of course, this Iranians were looking at these anomalies and then were shutting down the plant. It's not like a light bulb. It's complex. They were looking for anomalies, and then when the plant was restarting, the problem was still there. So this is an example in the past. There have been, again, talking about intelligence, all governments try to use the information for their purpose. Basically, this was also something we came to know because some, say, unfaithful person that left the government but revealed information on what was going on, how this intelligence service were using this information. And also more recently, there have been a lot of other cyber attacks. Even before the current Ukraine war in 2015, if I'm not wrong, Ukraine was a victim of a big cyber attack. That talking about cyber physical system, that cyber attack had as a target the smart grid, the energy distribution grid. And the attack was successful to some extent, and then turning off basically a portion of the country. And of course, there have been a lot of other similar attacks of which we know. Of course, you can imagine there are many of which we don't know. Even recently, the Colonial Pipeline in the United States was victim of attack. A dike in New York was a victim of attack, and so on. So there are many cyber physical systems that can put a serious direct threat to the people's life that are potentially vulnerable and have been victim of attacks. This is an example of how in the Ukrainian war there have been different teams worldwide that kind of joined the cyber war. So different teams that, they standed up for one of the other side, teaming up together to fight in the cyberspace for this kind of cyber war. Okay, what is next? What I think is, the future from now, we have to look at several aspects. One of these aspects is definitely quantum computing. Again, we are talking of adding means, adding tools, science, technology in this big picture, right? So one of the tools we need to probably be ready and carefully and study and be prepared from now is the quantum era. You know, with the quantum computing, which is evolving in terms of number of bits available and so on, some computation which are now unfeasible from a practical point of view, on which most of the security we have, cybersecurity we have nowadays is based, like some public key encryption algorithms, will be automatically broken with the quantum computing. Then we need to be prepared and design the cyber future system to be post-quantum resilient. So we need algorithms, solution, key distribution, communication systems that are resilient against quantum computing. We are working, of course, on this as well. This is an example of a study of the security of a quantum random number bit generators, which is a device that generates random bits. And it seems that one of the properties of the quantum physics is that it can generate truly random numbers, which might seem quite a, stupid, I would say, building block information to generate a random number. But nowadays, one of the root of the security in all systems that we have, there are random numbers. Everything. When your phone connects to the access point, there is some nonce, some challenge response protocol, and some randomness need to be there. Otherwise, if things are predictable, there is basically no security. So randomness is one of the things that quantum computing can help us with. Another big element I believe we should be careful in the future to be prepared and to study is the biological component. We have done some studies also with my research group on how you can, we are not biologists, but we know what is doable, and we try to understand what will be doable with the cyberspace. So you know now you can engineer DNA. You can basically code the DNA. You can create biological material that you can program, right? So imagine what might potentially happen when you put together this component and the cyber technology that we know. You can have something that can start as a traditional malware that has been mentioned, and then at a point move to be a biological component, or the other way around, okay? And there have been a lot of studies on how to design this, how to store data, how to retrieve data. This is one of our articles on this, which has been mentioned by the MIT Technology Review, and so on. So this is probably the second area we should be careful for the future and study. The third area, and this is what I'm closing with, but I will go a bit deeper, is the AI, and particularly the combination of AI and the cybersecurity, which is like exploding like this in terms of problem. So in a fancy way, I want to recap what is in the combination between AI and the cybersecurity. There is the good part, the bad part, and ugly or tricky part, okay? So in the good part, we have the fact that AI is a great tool, again, another tool, that can be used for defenses, okay? Used for defenses means here you have, for example, systems for anti-spam, anti-malware, biometry, all these kind of tools that we use nowadays. When you unlock your phone, you are using biometry, which is working thanks to AI, basically, okay? Voice recognition and so on. These tools, or the traditional anti-malware, which I will mention also later, are based on AI, because malware are polymorphic, metamorphic. You cannot just go and search for a given string. It's not that easy to find malware anymore. You have to understand what is the behavior of that malware, like a person, right? So this is a good part, and this is an example of biometry. This is a biometry we came up with, which has been mentioned by the New York Times. Basically, the idea is to authenticate a user by the way he moves the phone. So you can imagine you have, in a field operation, you have a phone, and then anybody that picks up the phone, it might be assumed by default that he's a trusted person because he's answering that phone. But with this way, we authenticate the person based on the movement, right? So the way I move the phone, it's definitely, and this is our result, is different from the way you move the phone any else. So by this movement sensors that phones are equipped with, you can authenticate a person and say, okay, not only somebody answered this phone, Mauro Conti answered this phone, or whatever, General De Magistris, or whatever is that specific person you want to trust, to give an information, right? Again, I mentioned malware. Malware are polymorphic, metamorphic, so they change over time. They are designed to change, not to be easily identifiable, so you have to need to look at their behavior with the machine learning algorithms. Of course, all kind of network activities. You can analyze traffic analysis. You can do, thanks to the AI solutions nowadays, to find anomalies. So you can analyze the network of the CoESPU or the Carabinieri and say, oh, look, there is some strange activity in the network. Let's do further investigation. And I can mention we have done other works, for example, to identify drones based on noise, for example. You just have a microphone and you hear a noise of some flying object approaching, and then from that specific noise, you can tell, okay, this is a drone, this is that specific kind of drone, which is doing that specific kind of movement. And then, of course, from the movement, you can infer what type of activity this drone is doing. Is patrolling, is taking picture, and so on. And of course, you can do the same approach on the network traffic. There is also the bad part. You know what? Usually I mention this example in traditional talks because people don't realize that bad guys, even without going to the state actor, if you go to Camorra or other like a smaller organization, even Drangheta and this kind of organization, they have submarines to transport drugs, right? Do you think they have a challenge to hire somebody to build systems leveraging AI? Of course they don't, right? So because they can build knowledge, they can compromise people and can build bad systems, so they can use the same wonderful technology that AI is against the good ones or against the good of the people. This is an example of one of attacks we have done analyzing encrypted traffic. So we were discussing also with some of you before the talk, oh, there are several technologies to protect your traffic, right? You can use Tor, you can use VPN, and usually traffic is encrypted. Like, I mean, if your phone that you have maybe in your pocket is not compromised, then an attacker should not have access to your phone. And usually, if all things are implemented in a reasonable way, which is already a strong assumption, many times there are vulnerabilities, but let's assume you have no vulnerability in your phone, in the application, and your phone is not compromised. And let's assume you are now connected to a wireless network. Let's say CoESPU network, right? Wireless Wi-Fi. So you would say, okay, if Professor, you're telling me that the phone is not compromised, nothing is vulnerable, this is the best of the art technology in terms of encryption, blah, blah, then nothing should happen to my phone. I'm protected. We shown that actually this is not the case in the sense that, I mean, the wireless traffic is inherently wireless, right? So inherently broadcast. So in principle, anybody can listen to your traffic. Or even worse, I could come here, I'm not doing of course, but I could come here this morning with an access point in my bag with a battery, with the SSID CoESPU Wi-Fi. Then you know what, your phone would connect to my access point. And again, you might say, yes, but my phone is not vulnerable, so nothing happened. No, what happened is that your traffic goes through my access point. Or, of course, you can imagine if you connect to any access point, to any infrastructure that you don't trust, and at a point there can be some network operation, some government that you might not trust, then anybody having physical access to that traffic can inspect that traffic. What we shown is that applying machine learning as a great tool to the traffic analysis, you can actually make sense of what is happening in the traffic. And for example, I can tell you, okay, a given specific person in this room now received a WhatsApp message, which, I mean, I'm not saying I'm able to see the content because the data is encrypted, but there is some contextual information which is very sensible. Because, for example, if I see a pattern of two people communicating through WhatsApp, I can relate the two persons with each other. And in many contexts, you can imagine how important only this piece of information can be. The same technology we apply to industrial systems, for example, or similar technologies apply to identify Starlink's receivers. Imagine a battlefield where somebody is using Starlinks, which is this Elon Musk communication through satellite, and somebody can say, okay, look, in this forest, there is somebody with a receiver. That might be, I mean, of course, interesting information for whatever, I mean, enemy you can imagine. And this is what is going on. This is another example on how we can leverage AI to build or to gain information from energy consumption. In this case, I mean, we oftentimes, at least I oftentimes plug my phone many times in airports and so on. And people might say, okay, what's wrong? I mean, that's just energy. Of course, there have been a lot of attacks through the USB, particularly originally when the phones were not particularly smart, and connecting a USB cable was giving access to all the data in the phone. Nowadays, of course, I mean, from some years, the phone will ask you, okay, should I connect USB or just charge? Then you tell the phone, no, just charge. But we've shown that even in this case, we can leak information or we can steal information from the phone, only looking at the energy consumption pattern, okay? This is another example of how AI can turn, I mean, against humanity or can use for the bad. This is also another, I mean, fancy example of a work we have done where we've shown that the noise can also transmit information. Actually, I mean, maybe I can tell you the story. It's a bit more fun. I mean, we were in a conference call before the pandemic. I mean, we scientists oftentimes, maybe like you, collaborate with people in other nations. And we were having this conference call for a different research activity. And then I remember one of the people in the call was a student, was typing on the keyboard, and we were hearing this noise, blah, 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 cha, 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 cha. And then one of my colleagues from California Irvine came up and said, oh, come on, please, stop typing, because we are having the call, you don't remember what we are mentioning, and then you don't know we have to follow up with the work and so on. And the student justified himself saying, no, but I'm just taking notes. And then I was completely joking. I say, oh, you know what, maybe from the noise we can tell what you were typing. And we know you were not taking notes. Then we were all silent, few seconds, and we say, maybe it's doable. And then we tried, and we did it. And we published a scientific paper saying, okay, look, this is the technology, again, applying this wonderful tool, machine learning. This is how it works. It works. And then a funny thing is that this journalist here, and if you're curious, you can scan the QR code to see the video on YouTube later on, maybe. This journalist called me and say, oh, professor, I've heard about your scientific article, and that's very interesting. I want to set up an interview with you. Sure, no problem. I was actually happy that, journalist from Forbes was having an interview. And then we agreed for a day after to have this interview. And before closing the call, this journalist told me, oh, yeah, but tomorrow, you know what, I want to try. So I want to type on my keyboard, and you have to tell me what I'm typing. Sure, no problem. I closed the call, honestly. I said a word I cannot repeat, but I was a bit worried in the sense that, okay, if it doesn't work for some reason, this journalist ruined our reputation. Likely it was good, and we don't probably have time, but if you want, you can scan, or I can send you information. You can see the interview with this journalist. He went well. He gave us several challenges where he was typing a whole sentence or only one word that can be a password, for example, how many times when we are online in a conference call. Imagine also, NATO scenarios or collaborative scenarios, or even in industrial sector. Imagine companies or law firm that while they're having a conference call, they chat, maybe people from the same team in the two different locations, they chat and say, oh, let's do this, let's propose this, right? And from this noise, we show that you can actually get information, okay? And again, this is thanks to the machine learning. Okay, I think, okay, somebody seems interested in the video. That's good. Oh, this is another example on how we apply the same techniques to the timing, even the timing, like when you plug your projector and then you see the asterisk, somebody typing a password, even the timing, not the noise, only the time when you type a password can reveal information, or even, here was, we escalated on attacking ATM inference information. Here the idea was to infer information on the typing while somebody's covering a hand. And our question was, okay, with the other part of the hand, can we understand where somebody's typing? And yes, also this is doable, as you can imagine. And mentioning also the forensics activity, this might be also an interesting work, where we also, again, leveraging machine learning, we build a tool where with the audio of a call, actually, the actual experiments we have done with WhatsApp audio messages, but you can extend this to a possible call of any type. Here the idea or the question was, if we have an audio of a call of a person, and that person is, for example, claiming to be in a given room, or in another room, or in a given location of a room. I don't think I have the slide, but the experimental setup, we consider different rooms, even similar ones, and having the person in different places of the room. And we found out that by looking at the audio, again with machine learning techniques, the shape of the audio, because of the physical reflection of the audio. So when I'm talking now, the audio is one wave, let's say, is directly hitting the phone, the microphone, and some other waves are, hitting the walls and coming back with a given delay. And this basically gives information on what is the shape of the room and where I am inside the room. So analyzing this data, we are able to tell where a person was, in which room, and in which location of the room. Now let's move to the tricky part. Of course, we can open the big can of worms of the ethical aspects. I'm not doing it, but I want to mention. Imagine you design any possible peacekeeping or weapon based on AI that takes decision in a way which becomes unpredictable. Maybe it's my phone, or somebody else's phone. This is a typical example. Okay, imagine you design, I mean, without talking about words, imagine you design an AI system for autonomous vehicle. What is the decision should this, I mean, computer system should take? Should hit the wall and kill the people in the car, or maybe not hit the wall, save the people in the car that even paid for the car, by the way, so they might have some interest, and kill maybe some people in the street instead. Okay, so of course you have a lot of ethical issues here, or there are some countries using some AI systems to predict the chances for somebody to be criminal by looking at their face. You can imagine also in this case what, I mean, ethical issues there can be here, but that's a big topic I'm not gonna talk about. What I want to talk about for the tricky part is what is behind AI. So AI is not just a magic tool that is perfect, either you use for the good or the bad. It's not perfect, and as any computer system is in principle hackerable, right? So let's see, I mean, some now becomes very popular example. You might have seen this example. This is a image. I guess all of you recognize a panda here. And a machine learning tool designed to classify animals will tell you this is a panda, and I have almost 60% confidence. Okay, so the AI tools can also tell you how strong they believe the answer is good. Now, what will happen if you give this one? I didn't show the wrong slide. This is a correct slide. What will happen? I mean, I would say panda, the same panda as before, is exactly the same, right? It just moved on the right. This is the output. Gibbons, now 99%. Imagine you design this for taking decision in a battlefield or in any other driving vehicles. The only difference here is few pixels have been changed, and we poor human see no difference, but there is a big difference for the machine. This is an example of an attack inside the AI scope. And this is an example of a digital attack. So you manipulate digital information in the AI world to blow up the AI classification, in this case. Of course, there are many attacks you can do. You can try to understand what is the data set the AI system have been trained on. You can steal the model, which, I mean, imagine like ChatGPT and others that invested millions to build models, then you can steal it. Or the other interesting part is that the attack can be physical, can be an attack in the physical world. So you don't need to go at all in the digital cyberspace. That's, again, why cyber physical components. This is a colleague wearing some specific glasses, and if you wear these glasses, you will escape some face detection mechanism or some other attacks. For example, you just wear a T-shirt with a painting of Van Gogh or whatever painters you like, and then the AI system would say, okay, that's a frame on the wall, it's not a person anymore, right? Or you can imagine here, I don't know if you can notice it, but in the stop traffic signal here, there is a small patch attached, and these also mess up the AI, I mean, in a very subtle, predictable, studied way. This will mess up the AI for the autonomous vehicle, for example, and will not classify this as a stop signal, but will interpret this as a speed limit with all the possible joy of this pedestrian here. Okay, just to mention a couple of other works also that we have done, and also to show you how sometimes the attacks, I mean, how these AI systems are potentially wonderful, but how they can fall in very, very subtle, simple way, to say the least. This is an example where we shown how you can compromise a system for hate speech detection. Hate speech detection, there are a lot of, we mentioned, I mean, misinformation, we mentioned social networks. There is, of course, a lot of activities going on online, and that's one of the main way people make up our opinion on what's going on in the world, what position we should push our government to take, and so on. And there are algorithms to automatically detect and ban some type of content, okay? So if you have hate speech, many social networks or actors online will ban the content. So you should not, talk hate speech online. And with a simple way, we run an attack which is not complex at all, but we've shown that we can mess up completely this kind of hate speech detection algorithms. You just put, you write a page of text, complete hate speech, bad words against somebody, some person or whatever, and then you put a couple of love words in the middle of this text. This will be classified in a completely different way. Much more interesting attack, again, is a very simple attack. We call it the fall of giants, right? To underline that big players like Google's and others were vulnerable to this attack before we mentioned them. I don't know if you know Italian, but I can assure that translation on the right is absolutely the opposite of what is on the left, okay? So on the left you see, I want to kill you. You give this to Google. You say, can you please translate this? It will translate, I love you, okay? And imagine this, imagine a given country that a journalist from that country publish a page talking about Italy or about any other state. Imagine the concept is one of the two, and imagine if some journalist in that, in Italy or some other country, automatically translate that page, maybe because it doesn't know that language, right? So this can have a significant impact on the culture and understanding of the communication, the misinformation, and so on. By the way, with this research work, we got a Best Paper Award at the conference together with some colleagues from Oxford and Cambridge, particularly a colleague from Cambridge was a very famous professor, colleague in cybersecurity that unfortunately passed away last year, few months back. Last but not least, what you can do with AI is a generation of deepfake, generation of content which is never been done in the reality. This you can see some examples of Barack Obama speech and so on, and one of the examples I actually shown you at the beginning of the talk. Thank you.
Did I tell you that the keynote speaker will have been really a keynote speaker? Kudos, Professor. Thank you so much. No,
if you have questions,
you may better stay there because I think there are plenty
okay.
of questions for you, sir.
I'm here.
Yeah, it's Q&A time now, so if you have questions, please come forward.
So, good morning, Professor. I'm Francesco Ranieri from Research Department in CoESPU, intern here. And I'm interested in the relationship between the biological domain and the cyber. So if you could explain something more about this. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, as I mentioned, basically what I see in the future, what I know, by general knowledge, not an expert in biology, but basically now there are research groups, like in Cambridge and other universities, that are basically working on sort of programming languages for biological material. You can engineer DNA to behave in a very specific way, okay? So that means somehow you can, if you abstract as a computer scientist, I've heard there are other computer scientists, we abstract and we model the world, right? If you abstract, for us, that becomes a computer, right? That's it. If it becomes a computer, we know how to hack computers, we know how to let computers misbehave, we know how malware computers should replicate, should do damage, and then you just do 1 + 1, and then you can bring whatever bad knowledge is in the world about the cyberspace in the biological space. Plus, these two can talk, right? Because you can store actually store information. Actually, it's one of the most efficient way to store information. I don't even know zettabytes, how many information you can store in a gram of DNA material, biological material, much more than you can store in any other technical, traditional IT technology. So you can store data, you can retrieve data, you can transfer data, either by a cyberspace and then will become a biological material somewhere else. So you can imagine the combination of these two are, in my opinion, an area that should be definitely, investigated and considered for studying for potential threat, unfortunately. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Filippo Milani. I'm the General Advisor of CoESPU. And I really appreciate the way you showed us how artificial intelligence is not always that clever. And there's an aspect, as General Advisor, that triggers my question. And is the relationship between artificial intelligence and gender that often is underestimated. In your speech, you explained to us how artificial intelligence is useful for recognizing people, for example, in the phone, the way you move your hand. And also in facial recognition is useful, but its reliability depends on the age, the ethnicity of the person to be identified. So I'd like to ask you if you can explain us some issues or some aspects in using or developing technology linked to gender. That I mean men, women, or children, and also minority groups that form the society. So.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, this falls in the area that I didn't go deep on purpose of the ethical part, but it's a big issue. Because AI basically is different from the traditional way of programming computers. In the traditional way, you give a set of instructions, right? So if you want to joke, we can say, oh, I can tell you the recipe for the spritz, and you have to follow very specific steps, and you get a good spritz, maybe. But I cannot tell you a recipe on how you recognize me if you meet me tomorrow. Will be very long. Actually, we can think about this. If I ask you to write on papers my description and give it to somebody which is not in the room and doesn't know me by any other mean, and you give the description to this person, what are the chances that this person tomorrow meet me on the street and, intuitively, immediately recognize me? That's very low, close to zero, I would say, right? But if you or any other person in this room meet me, after the lunch or even in 1 year probably, you will meet me and say, oh, hi, Professor. You remember you were giving that nice talk, maybe, hopefully, at the CoESPU, right? So this is how AI learns. AI learns from data. We don't tell the machine exactly what are the steps. We give a lot of data. For us, probably, the framework, let's say the frames that you got of my picture of my face today are already a lot. But still, we can do the same with a machine. If you're a machine, you give the machine thousands, millions of my pictures, and you say, this is Mauro, this is Mauro, this is Mauro. And then you give millions of other pictures, say, this is not Mauro, this is not Mauro. Learn. Extrapolate whatever features you understand, you machine understand, that you are able to classify Mauro and not Mauro. And then the machine will extrapolate some features which are very likely meaningless for us. So it's not just the, hair color or eyes color. It's like any possible measures you can take in the face from here to here, from here to here, which you would never say to your colleague, oh, you have to measure, if you want to recognize Mauro, you have to measure the distance within the right eyes and the right lips, whatever. You say, are you okay? Right? That would be very strange. But the machine can learn from this and understand what are the features which are effective to distinguish. And then once understood, what are the understood, maybe it's an improper term, but statistically extrapolate this feature that can discriminate the two classification, the machine will use this classification. And now going to your question, The big problem is how you design the machine and how you design the learning, right? I made an example of some police force in the world using AI systems to have a prediction of somebody being a criminal by a picture. And you know, you can imagine the bias that there are in these systems. If your skin has a given gradation of color, you more likely be classified as a criminal. Why? What is the technical reason? There's no technical reason, right? And the same applies to gender, right? Many AI systems, at least up to now, have been trained on, on part of the world, even in our country, unfortunately still, where, there is bias in some environments and some type of job and so on, where male are more than female or other classification that you might like, right? Of course, if the machine learns, statistically learns from the data, and then if you use this system to, instead of, predicting criminalities, to hire people for a job position, guess what? Male are maybe more likely to get the position according to the AI system rather than female. Of course, these are things which now we start understanding, so we have to be careful when we design a AI system to make sure that these biases are not there. But it's very, very hard to understand all the possible biases the machine might understand. Because yes, we can understand, we can distinguish between male and female, but there might be other bias that the machine gets and we are not even able to state, right? So this is definitely a big problem. Now with the AI Act from the EU, they're also putting a lot of attention to this topic, and of course AI system in principle should be as much as correct as possible, of course do not create harm and so on, and also possibly not have this kind of bias. Thanks.
Professor, my name is Matti Grasshoff. I'm the Chief of Staff of the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence, and I must say, after this morning, I'm not really very confident and more trustworthy on technology because you scared the hell out of me with your presentation.
I'm sorry.
I see it as a gift because knowing
Thanks.
the truth is better. Cyber has no borders. We learned this morning, and we already knew that cyber attacks and warfare is upon us, so it's global. Unfortunately, nations and the law, and we are law enforcement agencies, are bounded by national laws, so we cannot really attack or help our nations, our citizens, to protect them from cyber attacks. What is your advice to us as law enforcement agencies to best protect ourselves for the future, to get a better grip on all those cyber attacks? Maybe from your profession you can help us and learn from what you know. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for a very interesting and profound question. It's a hard question. I will try to answer it with the best of my vision and knowledge. Again, somehow I would say that most of the important things do not happen anymore in the field, right? If I see as a human of my world, most of the consequences of what happens in the world, of course, ultimately, yes, if there is a battle, if there is a bomb, yes, that's a most practical physical effect. But what is before that, how, even state actors or how other actors are able to influence, manipulate, the opinion, form the opinion, pros or against whatever element, that's very important. So we need definitely to realize that, of course, we need to keep eyes open on all possible aspects, but definitely I believe we are way underestimating the importance of that domain that NATO from 2016 introduced as a space for comparison. We are definitely underestimating that. And I would say that, awareness is, definitely something we should bring. And the fact that I scared you, I'm sorry, but again, better safe than sorry, right? If you go with your car and you have no brakes, I would like to know, right? So we should be aware, first of all, of what are the big limitations of the technology, not just take it and use it. because it's fun, it's nice, it's comfortable, it works, it's helpful, very good. But we need to know what are the cons behind that, right? In terms of our own personal safety and in terms of our state, governments, alliances using this technology, I mean, without really having control, right? For the good and the bad. So what I think should be, I mean, very important, and was very happy to hear about some colleagues from Carabinieri with a PhD. I think we need to invest a lot in knowledge, in science and knowledge in the cybersecurity field. And information sharing, of course, I mean, in the appropriate context, yeah. But I mean, I see from a scientific point of view, I see every day we scientists have big issues understanding what's going on, right? And I mean, if you think of the previous technologies as human beings, right? We had a lot of time. I mean, all technologies were seen as bad at the beginning, even the bicycles. I found out New York Times articles say, oh, bicycle, what are we doing with these bikes? I mean, people will get crazy, will kill each other. Come on. I mean, now, particularly in the Netherlands, I mean, everybody's going with bike. I don't see people that crazy for this. But, I mean, the adoption of new technology is extremely fast, right? I mean, bikes took a lot. I mean, Google search engine took still quite a bit. I mean, ChatGPT was introduced after 1 week after the world was using it, right? As human beings, we probably need more time to adapt to this technology. Yeah, thanks.
Sir, Colonel Will Daniel, thank you for the presentation. Very, very helpful to help us get our minds around this very complex issue. It's a widely held view that with more security comes less freedom, and with more freedom comes less security. And as we see the development of computing power becoming smaller and smaller, and the necessity to have large server farms and interconnected systems to solve complex problems become smaller, and the need for global connectivity may become less. Do you foresee a world where perhaps we have borders that exist in internets and have networks that no longer transcend borders because there's just no need to do it? Or the threat becomes so great from non-state actors or state actors that the necessity to maintain some level of security becomes less freedom on the internet?
Okay, another very good and deep question. And of course, I'm not nobody to give a technical proper answer to this. So I will give my vision according to my knowledge and what I see from the world. I would say it's extremely hard to put border on the internet. I mean, to put it as simple as this. It's like, nowadays, like there've been mentioned like a ransomware attack, right? Okay, how you go and catch people doing these attacks? I mean, there are tools to hide the attackers, to provide anonymity to attackers. There are tools to finalize the chain of attack, like the payment, right? So the ransomware are blooming now with the cryptocurrency, right? Before that, there were no ransomware because, there were maybe, but if I attack somebody, if an attacker attacks somebody asking for a bank transfer, I don't think that would be very effective. But with the ultimate tool, ransomware, with the cryptocurrency, ransomware became possible because it's the last technical anonymity to get a payment for a ransomware, right? I don't think it will be that easy, or maybe I should say impossible to put border on internet. And you say freedom and security goes hand by hand somehow. And there have been, a lot of cases in the history where, particularly on democratic countries, we want freedom, right? And with that, as far as you don't go on other type of government, I think it would be hard, if not probably impossible in principle. But that's a more philosophical question I want to answer. what I think should be there is the cutting edge knowledge, because nowadays, I mean, still, I mean, military or secret services are using the best of the knowledge to counter and to understand, right? Traffic analysis, like this traffic analysis example I made with the access point in my bag. Actually, nowadays, if I contact a computer in Iran, this traffic is routed through Washington for some reason, but you can imagine the reason, right? Somebody want to, I mean, maybe with some rights, according to whatever international law, understand what's going on. Why I'm talking to that machine? What can be the potential traffic? Maybe you don't understand the actual content, but you want to understand that I'm talking, what can be the type of content, as the example I mentioned in the traffic analysis, we can understand what I'm doing on the phone, and then of course others want to, do investigation, try to understand what's going on in a traffic internet connection in general. But this is cats and mice thing, right? I mean, I don't think we'll stop. Of course, I mean, there are, let's say, even political forces try to push to put some blocks, barrier, controls. I mean, some are effective, some are probably not effective by design, and some will maybe hit the border of the freedom. So we should, of course, try to do, as governments, nations, we should try to do put in place all the possible technical means that we have to protect our safety, freedom, and so on. But probably there is a limit. We're either technically or contradicting our freedom, we will not be able to pass.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Oh, yes.
Lieutenant-Colonel Bruno Cotier from the French Gendarmerie. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation.
Merci.
So, the law enforcement agent, I am appointed in the PHQ of the Eurogendfor here in Vicenza. All the law enforcement agencies are always acting under the framework of the law. So, I would like to know if when you are studying some new technologies, when you are developing new technologies, you are taking into account all the legal framework to protect the privacy of all the individuals. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, of course, yes. I mean, we fight for the security and privacy, and we are the first that, we defend privacy. Of course, there are some things which might be borderline, but we follow all the procedures. Again, we have ethical committee in the university. If we find issues, we get in touch with, government institution or directly with the companies to responsibly disclose the vulnerability. Of course, we follow the law. Even the law enforcement and the secret services has to follow some sort of law, right? At a point, and we, of course, definitely follow absolutely the law, yeah.
But not our counterparts, adversaries, enemies. This is the biggest challenge for us, countering our opponents who do not follow, who do not abide by the rule of law. And so we are developed democracies. The challenge is to be up to the challenge with them. So thank you so much. Do you have any other alibis, colleagues? Arrigo.
Yes, thank you very much, Colonel Gareffi, Head of Study and Research Department. I would like to know the exact status of art about, all is working through www. Huge providers, Google, just to quote one. Which is the real rank of autonomy of other private company that, for example, just to quote one, could be settled in China? They should mirror some autonomous and independent worldwide system, or definitively not. You know what I'm meaning. If, for example, as in the GPS system, GPS, there is several mirroring independent system because they develop satellites, dedicated property lines. There is, at this stage now, in 2024, already something for the www, or the master keys in Washington, just to make a sample. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. If I got it, the question correct, you are asking about if we have a backup system for the network. A concurrent system. A concurrent system that would serve as backup or would serve?
That would compete.
That could compete. Yeah, I mean, that's another big, very deep question. I mean, of course, there are ongoing several studies. Even, I mean, we took part in a lot of study on designing the future internet architecture. Even on that side, there have been huge investments, particularly because the current internet was, I mean, in principle, designed to be resilient against physical bombing on some of the nodes, right? But evolved as it is now because it was based on the telephony system, right? But the way we use internet nowadays is completely different. I mean, everybody's producer and consumer of contents, right? You don't need to go to California to retrieve a content. Maybe if you go in one of the social networks, you are actually getting content from maybe from people in this room, right? So the way we use internet has completely changed. So from a technical point of view, yes, of course, there are many significant efforts worldwide, US, Europe, Asia, in redesigning or thinking how to redesign or reshape the architecture of internet. From a more practical point of view, of course, till the technology is not adopted, I mean, the main technology is the mainstream, and this is what we have. You have, in principle, a concurrent system that, of course, I mean, autonomous system have some sort of, let's say, limited, I mean, authority, right, to peer data, to exchange data with only part of the network and so on. This might partially link to the previous question. Definitely, I think even from the technological point of view, in terms of specific nodes, I would say I'm sure, or I would expect, or I would not be at all impressed if we come to know that any government, and of course government that produce the technologies are the one that more likely, I mean, either companies or, I mean, government behind the companies in any possible state you can imagine, that of course try to have some control on that technology, right? Thanks.
Sir, I believe we are ready for your closing remarks.
Thank you.
So actually, good afternoon now. I took really plenty of notes. So first and foremost, my heartfelt thanks go to the team, the CoESPU, the Eurogendfor permanent quarters, and the NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence staff, which contributed to the success of this event. It's something chinois within the compound, but it's something meaningful because it helps us to understand better what we can do together for the benefit of the population we serve. I really took an awful lot of notes, but I mean, it's lunchtime and I don't want to exploit your patience. And after, the speech of Professor Conti, I mean, I took other notes. I will not touch upon your matters because the interest generated by your speech, I mean, speaks volumes. I mean, everybody, as you have seen, the question that you received. But for sure, I mean, I would like to, going to what Colonel Hans Blek, the commander of the European Gendarmerie Force Headquarters, raised, I mean, we are in an increasing chaotic scenario. And here in this hub, we do play together a crucial, a pivotal role in this scenario. So, hey guys, let's feel part of this team because we can make really the difference. The Russian war of aggression, unlawful war of aggression against Ukraine is a challenge. Pleased to hear that also Eurogendfor is streamlining efforts to support them. And I did like your mention to the European Union strategic compass, which mentions something that is mentioned also in the NATO strategic concept, as mentioned by Doreen. we must not allow our enemies, let us call them enemies with their actual name, to exploit our vulnerabilities. Because our enemies work or fight also below the threshold of war, without triggering Article 5 maybe, but they attack us below the threshold of war. So let's use our shields, as Luca Volpi will say. And then, going fast, let me touch upon what Colonel Bramati said, data-centric organized. Yes, indeed, Luigi. General Lavigne is right, NATO is right. The cyber domain is really indeed data-centric. Are we not data-centric too? What can we do? So, to give a homework to the three of us in the proceedings, we must find also deliverables, but also action to be taken in the future together, since we have been working very well within the framework of the trilateral agreement. Yes, Luigi, you are right. We must keep the edge. Police are to keep the edge against criminals. The same applies to the International Stability Policing Hub. We have been keeping the edge for years, for ages, on stability policing. Let's make a quantum leap in this really multifaceted environment. And so let's create the outpost, the very outpost that you mentioned, Luigi. I like the word. It's a stronghold. Maybe it's even stronger, not stronghold. Because it's a quasi-lawless environment. It's difficult to organize. Remember what I also said, the regulatory challenges that we have. Criminals do not know borders. Unfortunately, also within Europe, there are different laws on the subject matter. So we must strive, from our perspective, with our counterparts, with the decision makers, with the politicians, to harmonize the rules about cybersecurity. But what about, and that maybe this is an homework for myself, thinking aloud for my team, Arrigo. Thank you so much for what you have done to organize this event, Arrigo, to you and to your team. Thank you. But what about promoting an idea to have a Security Council resolution on cybersecurity, Arrigo? I'm really thinking aloud now. As we have a Security Council resolution on women, peace and security, next year we will celebrate the 25th anniversary, Filippo, of the Women, Peace and Security Council resolution. There is another Security Council resolution on cultural property protection, the 2347. There is no Security Council resolution on cybersecurity. Onward for us. So, maybe ambitious, but we must start somewhere, no? One pas à la fois, mon ami William. So, one step at a time. And so, intermediate force, yes, policing provides an intermediate force, because through law enforcement we can really provide early warnings to the decision makers. Doreen, digital aspect, you're right, to bridge this gap, to bridge the physical and the digital realms. But somehow, Professor, could it be not an oxymoron? Thinking about cybersecurity and this physical realm, it seems an oxymoron. However, they are actual. So, what a conundrum, Will. Multi-domain, yes, we live in really a multi-domain world, and cyber plays a crucial role. Kilobytes do not know border, you're right. But somebody, we all mention resilience. The first line of defense in resilience is law enforcement. Colleague, don't forget it. It's the law enforcement to be the first line of defense in resilience. The same applies in this remit. Something that I haven't heard, but I remember that NATO speaks about it, and also the European Union strategic compass is emerging disrupting technologies. Something else that we must focus on, colleagues, just to give us other homework, Hans. So, because they are not only tools, they can be also weaponized against us. So again, Doreen, you're right, we must keep engaging with communities, and Giuseppe Specchio, very well done for you, because you brought us from what it was said, almost from an academic perspective, but you brought us into the reality, so kudos, bravo. The Serious Organized Crime Unit is a huge reality. There are those who fight on the front line organized crime in Italy on behalf of the whole Carabinieri through the network of the stations, the territorial organization, but you're on the front line. And I did like your descriptions, also on patrolling the net, but also on the strategic, operational, and tactical level. So I don't kind of go into depth, but I know that you can provide us with plenty of examples, but we'll exploit your experience because we need to bring actual experience on the subject matter. That said, I will say that apart from all the challenges, privacy, laws, our opponents that do not abide by law, I must convey to each one of you my heartfelt grazie mille, and I will ask from you a round of applause for the speakers, and first and foremost also to Professor Conti. So now I ask Professor Conti to join me on the stage over there, and also the commander of EGF and the director of the SPCOE. This on behalf of the CoESPU, but being the senior officer in the hub is on behalf of the bilateral organization, bilateral agreement. So I hope we are to present you the coat of arms center, which is finally. If you don't mind, please join us here for the last picture, and then we Skype with something. Please, guys, join us.